Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And thank you for being here on my stream. Today we're playing patch 7.2 MSQ on Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm pretty excited, honestly. Looking forward to it. Please look forward to it. What's up, guys? What's up, Ektreth? What's up, Skiz? What's up, Denmaku? Adrian, hello. What's up, Brandon? Lol? Good to see you. La Luna, hello. What's up, Rayumi? What's good, late one? Almost late. Almost late. What's up, Wold? How's it going, dude? Every time I read your name, I just think you're gonna. You say funny ass stuff, so I'm expecting you to say some out of pocket shit today. No pressure though. Yo, Yinj, what's up? What's up, Icarus? What's up, Melon Steaks? Melon Steaks. What the fuck? I'm cooking up some shit. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yo, Vadron, what's up? In hindsight, it would have been kind of funny to have your 7.1 MSQ fall on Mother's Day. Yo, that's actually pretty funny. That would have been pretty funny. Serendipitous. You got stung in the ear by a bee? What a weird place to get stung. What's up, though, Sid? Doing Sunday cleaning and need something to watch, listen to? Well, now you got something. How goes the RuneScape grind? Bro. It's going. I'm 464k from 93 rune crafting. I gotta get to 99 on this, and then I have agility left. Better than the eyes? Dude, could you imagine getting stung in the eye by a fucking bee? I'd probably I would do it for real. I'd commit. Yo, sounds good. Mecha's out. Yo, for anyone interested in my Cyberpunk 2077 playthrough, by the way, I have the entire playthrough is available now on my YouTube channel. Some of them are video uploads. Some of them are stream VODs. But here's a link to that. Oh, of course, I clicked on the one fucking thing that doesn't have a link. I guess I gotta post the link. Stuff. Shut the fuck up. Hi, Ollie. Nothing for you, my dear, but hi. But yeah, let me get you the link. If you're curious, it's a playlist on YouTube. It's just a tinyurl.com/pyro2077, and it's all there now. The latter portion of it is of course not edited because it was just too much. I couldn't do it. But the whole thing's up to watch. You have like 14 episodes that are edited, and then you have like 15 VODs. Or excuse me, you have 23 VODs. You timed a plus 20? Nice, dude. Nice. That's gaming, dude. What the fuck? I still have yet to do a 19. I don't know enough about Ffxiv since I've only played the starting areas, but I'll lurk and leave the stream up in the background. Well, thanks, Dorito. It's always a pleasure to have you here, even if you don't necessarily know what's going on. You timed a 20 MC? Wow, it's one of the harder dungeons. I need to watch the last few days of your 77 playthrough. I watched all of Phantom Liberty, but I don't think I got as far as the game ending. Well, yeah, there's a lot between Phantom Liberty ending and the game ending. It's quite a few episodes. I was up until 4 in the morning doing this, dude. I'm not even kidding. I was up until fucking 4 in the morning clipping down, like cutting down like portions of World of Warcraft out of these VODs. Naming them, redoing the descriptions for all of them. You know, the thumbnails only took me a minute, but yeah, I was up late, dude, working on this shit. I got stung on a finger while on a bike. Learned the hard way how powerful brakes can be. Oof. Any games besides WoW and FF14 you looking forward to trying out this year? Sid, do you not like it when I play my favorite MMOs? Do you not like that shit? Are you just trying to start conversation? Or are you just like, when is this motherfucker going to play anything other than these two games? I mean, I don't know. I'm playing RuneScape. Does that count? Yo, Nunnymuff, thanks for the 31-month resub. Good to see you. Appreciate that. I don't know, guy. I don't really follow like game releases. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Maybe Subnautica 2. But I don't know. I don't even know where you go to learn about new games that are coming out. Like, how do you guys keep track of this shit? Like, how do you actually I'm like, unironically, I have no idea how you keep track of it. Like, usually I'll play a game because it gets recommended to me. But then other than that, I don't really know how people just keep, like, stay on top of this shit. I can't even say I'm looking forward to Remake Part 3 because I haven't even finished Rebirth. I need to. I'm close. I gotta be close, dude. I'm in like chapter 13 or 14. I gotta be close. I only wishlist stuff on Steam. Same. Same. The biggest, the largest. Yeah, I mean, I have a wish list, but half the games on it are already out. Subnautica 2 is on there. That comes out. Subnautica 2 comes out in 4 days, but it's early access. I hate that. I hate that. I want to play it, but I think early access is a fucking, I don't know, bro. I don't like that. I feel like I just have this innate like bias that early access is a fucking scam. Because the like I've seen so many games be in early access forever. They just never actually come out. And they make all this money from it and then the game just never comes out. I think that's just like it's awful. Today they sell things and we beta test them. So yeah. Yeah, MMOs just take a lot of investment the way I like playing them, so other games just rarely make financial sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as a streamer, I feel very, very much the same. You know, as a streamer, I feel very much the same. Because for me, it's doubly right. It's not just buying the game. Who the fuck is this? Leave me a voicemail. I don't have time. I'm working. Um, it's like it's not just the game. It's the streaming aspect of it. You know. Ariel brought me some drugs to do on stream. Right into the main vein, dude. If I could inject bacon right into my veins, I'd do it and probably immediately die. It's a gamble. People want to watch, right? Early access rubs me the wrong way. I get it for smaller devs that need money so they can keep doing it. The big titles like that, please no. Basically, everything's early access nowadays. I know. That's how it feels, dude. Fucking World of Warcraft patch 12.0.5 is fucking early access right now, bro. Yo, fair warning. On this next podcast that Olwen and I are going to record on Monday, there's going to be a lot of bitching about 1205. Okay. There's going to be a lot of it. So just buckle up. You avoid EA like a plague. Got burned too many times on early access games for sure. For sure. You're going to play Subnautica too? Oh yeah, for sure. I love the first one. Subnautica, dude, I've never played a video game that I felt like genuinely helped me, at least to a degree, like kind of face a fear of something. The QA on it is that bad? Yes. I'm going to be honest, dude. This might be one of the worst QA patches I have ever seen. Ever. And I've been playing for 13 years. It's very bad. I'm not sure where it goes in terms of story, and if you need Below Zero for context, I should play Below Zero. I should play that. Maybe I can start weaving that in after I'm done with some MSQ. Midnight had a lot of badly optimized things at launch, but largely very few obvious bugs, but this patch was just something. This patch was like genuinely fucking busted. QA is quality assurance, yeah. Early access is good when it's used correctly. I think that's true. Early access isn't inherently bad or a failure. They could have good bones and want feedback to see what they should add before release, but a lot of games just slap that on and keep it for months/years. I think early access is a lot more agreeable or understandable as like a structure when you charge very little for it. You know, if you're going to do like an early access and charge like $10, sick. I respect that. If you're going to do early access and sell it for $40, go fuck yourself. You know? I don't think that's right, personally. Below Zero's 15 to 25 hours seems rather quick and juicy. Yeah, that's not too bad. Are they just trying to push out content too fast? Well, Taliesin tried to ask Paul Cubitt that in their interview with them, which was rather good. I thought it was a good interview. Some good questions in there. But he said, like, is the 8-week cadence having any effect on this? And Paul kind of, I don't know if he intended to, but he kind of dodged the fuck out of that question. I mean, he didn't answer the question. he kind of answered around the question and kind of gave a different answer that didn't really like answer that question. I mean, he's probably not allowed to. Right, but here's what I think. And maybe this is like too cynical or narrow-minded, but I think if the answer to that question is no, you would just say it. I just be like, no, we don't really think that that's an issue. I think that it just there's too many things that slipped under the radar. But no, the 8-week cadence feels pretty good for us. Why wouldn't you just say that? Right? That's like a good thing to be transparent about. But if you're going to be like, yeah, it does feel like it's adding some additional pressure and maybe we're not able to deliver on the quality that we're supposed to be able to, that's obviously something that you're not supposed to say. So I guess that's kind of my more cynical view of it, is like, if it was good, you would just say it. Just say it. It does feel like too much content right now. I just think WoW has like, I don't know. It has these like weird, like kind of hollow, meaningless like grinds that are not particularly interesting to me. I will sit here and do 400 hours of rune crafting because I get something out of it, you know? But in World of Warcraft, no, it's not really like that. So they released a lot of content that feels half-baked versus well-developed content and stuff that was just kind of broken. I keep wondering, how is it that there are people who still haven't figured out that answering a question without answering the question is not subtle at all, no matter how much they word salad their way around the point? Because what else are you supposed to do? You know? What's he supposed to say? I'd rather not answer that question. Like, that doesn't look good either. It's a situation where, unfortunately, unless you're just going to be transparent and give a positive, truthful answer, it's not going to look good. Right? If you dodge it, it's not going to look good, and if you give a truthful answer that's negative, it's not going to look good. So, I just look. I'll continue to primarily judge the major patch releases, because minor patches do serve as like a good opportunity to take a break from the game and play other things. So I think that they're definitely useful and a good thing to have. But this one's like patch 12.0.5 is to the point where there have been so many bugs that even if you're not interacting with the patch content at all, you have likely still felt a negative impact from the patch. And that's obviously pretty bad. Pretty bad. You're not even doing any patch related content and you're getting bugs. So, and they're trying to stay on top of it. They're trying to get it fixed and work on it, and that's good. But But yeah, just kind of the delivery of that was just. And Paul said himself, he's like, yeah, the amount of bugs that came out with this patch is like unacceptable. Like it's too many, and we see that. We think that it's beyond the threshold of what should be allowed. I'd rather have one big thing and it work properly with impact instead of little things that are buggy and don't matter if you do Mythic Plus. Yeah. I like taking a break, and I just my problem, honestly, dude, I just think World of Warcraft is so overly bloated with collectible shit every single patch that it really turns me off, dude. Like, I'm so tired of the patch event having a vendor that has like 20 fucking items on it. It's got like 2 toys and fucking 6 transmogs, has fucking 6 consoles, and it's got like all this bullshit, half of which you don't give a fuck about. You got like recolors of mounts and stuff, and I'm just sitting there like, why is all of this on here, dude? Like, what is all of this? Couldn't you have just designed one cool exclusive reward that you give people, like a one or two or three rewards that you like that are truly interesting and incentivize people to play for them, that don't require this like stupid investment into this new system to grind out and actually acquire? Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? But yeah, I don't know. I still love WoW. It's just, you started playing RuneScape and FF. Nice. That's a truckload of content that you just walked into. I found the honesty of Paul Cubitt really open. Yeah, I mean, I like Paul in showing us more of the inner working. Not many big companies do this, but Blizzard does this for us, the community, and they are gamers as well. Like a friend would tell each other, very Dutch style of directness. I love it. Well, except we're specifically talking about something in which he's not being transparent. Too much, yeah. On the I always take a break during these patches and end up getting into something else, and then I don't come back until pre-patch. Oof. Damn, you like skip the rest of the expansion? That's wild. Yo, Black Magic, good to see you, dude. Thanks for the 22-month subber, man. Thank you. XIV doesn't seem to give enough to collect. I like XIV's collection. It feels like you can actually finish it. That's one thing I like about XIV. There's only so many. I mean, there's not over 1,200 mounts. We're less broke now, baby. Hell yeah. You think the same thing, Sid? Not enough things to collect? I mean, I could see it, I suppose. I could see it. I think for like really at this point, the majority of the mount grinds that I have are like crafting grinds. They're like Ishgardian Restoration Firmament grinds for like Pterodactyl and stuff like that. I think I do. I mean, I think I do have most of the mounts in the game. I can say this, I don't have any of the most recent Savage mounts. Like since Athena, I don't have any Savage mounts. And I don't have any extreme mounts since I actually don't know if I have the Golbez extreme mount. I know that I have the ones for the Fiends. I don't know if I got Golbez. But I have all the other ones. Fishing is the grindiest collection you get in XIV. To be fair, that's that's a pretty big one. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Don't look at the fishing log. Yeah. A lot of people are collectors. I think it's okay. Same as for Mythic Plusers doing 100k dungeons. Look, dude, I understand that everyone does not like the same thing in video games, but there's no fucking way you're going to convince me that collectors... I don't know, dude. I just don't really believe that collectors... Maybe, I don't know. I just can't... Like, it's just too much. I guess I used to be a collector. I used to be. But I like collections that there is even a remote chance of being able to finish. And collections where each item is meaningful. I don't like meaningless, giant fucking numeric collections where I'm collecting like 1,000 fucking items and 100 of them are horse recolors. Like, collectors exist. I am one, mate. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I'm saying there's a point for me where the collection becomes like kind of meaningless because my opinion is this. I feel like I hit a point where I started to see through like look past the appeal of collection and look into the fact that Blizzard was just designing it in a way that like to make it so that I can never complete it. I'm never supposed to be able to collect every mount. I'm never supposed to like it's just. And so I became like apathetic to it and I just gave up. I was like, I just can't. I just can't. Like it's too much. It doesn't mean anything to me. How is that different from content that gives gear that will be irrelevant next patch? It's different because during this patch you use it. How many mounts do you collect that just go into your collection log and then you never, ever, ever write it? I mean, at least gear that I'm getting is like I wear it. I use it. It makes the character feel powerful. It's also a core part of the character progression and power loop of the game. It is different. It doesn't mean that you're going to be interested in it, but it is different. Of the 400 mounts I have, I use like 2 or 3. Some of the mounts are kind of ugly, but that's the standard across MMOs. Yeah, you can't all be winners, right? Welcome back to Ffxiv. Thanks. I'm glad I'm not a collector. Finishing a center amount run just to have another 4 colors of it. At some point, you want to have most of it and not be chasing the carrot the whole time. One of Ffxiv's big strengths is that you can actually finish your collections in reasonable times, and most of it feels pretty unique. Agreed. Looks at the counter of 1,122 mounts. Yeah, there's too many recolors. Why gear recolors? Can you not dye gear? No. There's no gear dyeing in World of Warcraft. There's different difficulties for raids and other content, and each difficulty tends to give a different color variant of the gear. Some of which have additional, like, effects on the gear, like glowy things and stuff like that. At least the trial mount recolors have different music, which makes them unique. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I love about mounts and Ffxiv. Mount music is such a cool thing. My mind was blown when I found out that was the thing. I mean, maybe it's more that just like I just don't give a shit about collecting things in WoW because to me, the sheer number of things to collect is not something that that grips me at all anymore. It's not I just don't care. I just don't care. It's overwhelming. Yeah, it just doesn't hold any meaning for me. Yeah, so I mean, I believe that there are people that enjoy that, obviously. There are collectors. I just can't relate to that anymore. I don't think it's I don't know. I just farm stuff that I actually want to use. Same. I just go for the things that I want. Because like I said, it's not like you get anything for completing it all. You know, like there's no reward. Isn't WoW very old? Doesn't it have a lot of stuff to collect? It does, but they've added more things to collect in recent expansions than in the old ones. That's the thing. Collecting has become even more insane now than it used to be. They release way more mounts, way more transmog sets, way more everything. Also, a lot of collecting in WoW is just kind of uninteresting. Either getting renown or random rare drops. At least farming mounts in Ffxiv, I get to do a fun fight, and if I'm bored, I can play it on different jobs. And if I don't get a drop, I only got to kill it like 50 times. There's rare shit in WoW that I've been farming for years, and I think I might die before I get them. Yeah. Yeah, I just wish there was a little more, it comes back to quality over quantity. Exactly. Exactly. But as was said before, there is more, but they're all same recolors mostly. WoW's 22 years old as of this upcoming November. Yeah, it's old. I like in WoW how you can find stuff in the overworld. I want Ffxiv to do that. Yeah, I would love to see that very much as well. World of Warcraft, I definitely think has like better world content than Ffxiv. Collectibles, like little lore items to pick up and stuff. I wish Ffxiv did that. That'd be cool. I would like that. All right, well, I'm gonna get the shit loaded up. Surprisingly, FF11 is older than WoW, but the only thing to collect really is gear. If they could revisit the Fate system and expand it, there's already a really robust base for world content. FF11 came out a year or two before WoW. I don't think I realized that. What's up, Zormar? Yeah, I don't think I realized that. What? What the fuck just happened? Also, I got some new emotes made for the channel. They're not uploaded yet, but I could show you them. Basically, the idea here was to do non-game specific emote variations. So some of these emotes I already have, but they're like Final Fantasy 14 characters, and I wanted something that's like more universal, that like just is my channel and is like me, because people see a Minfilia Prey emote and it doesn't land the same way. They see a Grahatia eating a fucking cheeseburger and they're like, what the fuck is that? So I'm gonna get these added. I think they're pretty cute. They were done by Mori, like the majority of my emotes. I'd set a sub goal for it, but you guys already paid for them, so it's the only reason I got them done. So yeah, I'm gonna be getting those added. Those are pretty good, and yeah, I'm glad you like them. More emotes. Yeah, I have like a million emote slots. It's fucking insane. Gotta get some Hearth and Hammer emotes for the sub goal. Maybe. I just don't know like one thing that I've learned over the time of streaming is that sometimes emotes sound good in theory, but they never get used. That's what I'm always judging. How much will something actually get used, and is it worth it? What's Hearth and Hammer? It's my it's a podcast that I do with Olwen. What's your favorite starting zone in FF14? Limsa Laminsa. All right, so we got patch 7.2 MSQ to do. That rhymed a lot. I didn't intend that to happen just now. 7.2 MSQ to do. Okay. Last time we left off, we saw Ffxiv and not Ffxiv. Ffxiv was in living memory after it's been shut down, and Y'shtola and Shale found her, and not Ffxiv is seemingly using these neo-regulators to steal the memories of the people in Solution 9 and seeks to turn them all into endless. All of them. Which are basically memory constructs that aren't necessarily like alive anymore. They want to Ffxiv to wean. Oh god, you're so banned. Okay, here we go. Patch 7.2 MSQ. A glimmer of the past. And also, just so you know, these VODs will be available here on Twitch for 60 days until they get auto-deleted. And they will be available on YouTube. However, I am also exporting these VODs to my second channel, my Pyromancer FF channel. So that way, they will be on there as well, since that's where the majority of my Ffxiv journey exists, for those that are interested in that. They need lots of ether to sustain themselves, which comes from living people. Yikes. Yeah. Yikes. Instead of consuming, like, you know, normal resources and replenishing their ether like living beings do, they have to literally consume the ether of living beings. Something else interesting happened at the end of the last patch. You mean patch 7.1? Yeah? I don't remember. What else happened? Cows? How can we forget the cows? Trust me, I won't be forgetting the cows. Well, if you don't remember, that's fine. You could just remind me. Someone woke up? You mean Ffxiv? You said that? Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, it was like the final cutscene. Okay, cool. All right. Kryl wishes to catch up on recent events. Ah, Pyro. Your timing could not have been better. If you have a moment, we have some things we'd like to share. Excellent. We'll just wait for Lamachi. She should arrive shortly. Pyro, glad to see you here too. Yup, good to see you. And speak of the devil, let's catch each other up, shall we? Right, I'll go first if nobody minds. I've been back in Tuliolal and spoke with Kona. I told him all about the records left behind by Guluja's mother, as well as Ffxiv's reappearance. We decided that I should remain in the dome until things settled down more. Stay in the cage, Wuklamat. Stay. Get back in the cage. But while I'm Gululja's guardian, I'm also a foreign ruler. I'll have to take care not to appear as though I'm meddling in Alexandrian politics. That's all from me. As for the rest of us, we've been keeping track of this new Ffxiv. She's been making regular appearances before the people. And each time she does, she encourages them to become endless. Alas, much else about her remains a mystery, including why she's chosen to reveal herself now. On our end, we've confirmed that only those wearing regulators have had their knowledge of Queen Ffxiv's death altered. Someone must have tampered with the devices to remove any and all memories of the event. Though we haven't yet identified the perpetrator, given recent events, Ffxiv is the chief suspect. Many believe that the Queen of Reason is alive and well, and remember her funeral as a memorial for those lost in the attack. Needless to say, this has proven confusing for those with more accurate recollections. We'll carry on with our investigation. I'll head to Earthen Sky now and coordinate with our people there. There's one other matter. The highlight of this gathering, you might say. We'd like you to meet a certain someone. By all means. Where's this person now? In the break room. She is unwell, and Y'shtola and Alice have been tending to her. They'll be able to explain things. I want to see how she's doing, so I'll come too. The break room is at the end of the hallway through that door. We can go whenever you're ready. Uh-huh. Much as I'd love to join you in the break room, I'd rather not overwhelm our guests with too many new faces. Better to keep investigating the activities of our new Ffxiv. Alphino and Erenville have taken it upon themselves to attend to the people of Alexandria. Full many are still struggling to deal with recent events, and they hope to make a difference by lending them a sympathetic ear. To the break room.
What is she doing here?
The different one, Bouclamont.
We just heard she was busy spreading talk of becoming endless among the Alexandrians. What's going on here?
She is not who you think she is. Not the Queen of Reason, who has made a miraculous return, but an individual of flesh and blood, possessed of a soul. We chanced upon her in living memory, but she collapsed before we could exchange words. We decided to bring her here for now.
Classic passed out. Classic.
Her body was suffused with lightning ether, which caused a debilitating paralysis.
Sure.
Ishtola reached out and informed me of her condition, and I came with a porksy as fast as I could. We're now waiting to see if the treatment was effective.
Judging by her appearance, the circumstances of our encounter, and her extreme ethereal aspect, I am all but certain that she is the one from whom the Endless Fiend was created. The original Queen Ffxiv of Alexandria.
What? But how can that be possible? The real Ffxiv died of illness 4 centuries ago.
I died. Whatever do you mean? I am not dead. I'm not.
That's some Asian lie?
What is this place? Where is everyone? Otis and Zelenia?
Rip.
And who are you people? Calm down. We mean you no harm. You've been unwell, and it wouldn't do to strain yourself. Please, help me. I don't understand any of this.
Of course. But if I might confirm some things first. You are Queen Ffxiv of Alexandria, are you not?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And ere you awoke here, you were in another unfamiliar place. Is that correct?
I opened my eyes and saw a strange, dark room. Outside, there were towering buildings, clad in electrope.
You slumbered at the heart of that city for many years, within a facility called the Meso Terminal. Many things have come to pass during that time, some of which you may find upsetting. Are you sure you wish to learn of them?
Imagine waking up to this shit. It's like a long ass nap. Wake up
There
to
was
this.
an electric casket designed to preserve its occupant in cold stasis
Cold stasis, huh?
until the terminal and its systems were recently shut down. That was where you were kept, in all likelihood. Since the time of the Old Kingdom. For 4 centuries.
Damn. It's been
What? Do you speak true?
400 years, girl.
I've been asleep for that long. 400 years.
Our records say that Queen Ffxiv succumbed to the rampant lightning energies unleashed during the storm surge. But it seems the truth is rather different.
Imagine waking up and realizing everyone that you know is more than likely dead. Fuck. What would Otis do if he were here? What can I do? The original Queen Ffxiv. We'll tell her what she wants to know. Then we'll decide what we need to do. Is that how these situations work, Wu Clement? Is that... To wake up alone in the distant future, and seemingly by no choice of your own, you can hardly blame her for reacting as she did. We turned up her chamber when we searched the Meso Terminal. Safe to say, none of us had anticipated this development. Was that something that I saw in the questing or in a dungeon? Did I come across that room? Probably did. I don't remember. The treatment may have been effective, but the road ahead for her remains uncertain. I do not believe that you are lying. So, please, tell me everything that has happened. Everything. Very well. But let us do so with care, lest we cause you undue strain. Now, while I should like more of us to assist, it isn't practical to gather everyone, so I will summon Grahatia and Kryl for now. Here's why we have to not have so many characters in this scene. Oh, never mind. They're all still in it. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Everyone's just chilling in the room.
I know this has all been a lot to take in, but how are you feeling? Physically, I mean.
Much better now, thanks to Y'shtola and Alisay's ministrations.
Y'shtola.
In fact, I can scarcely remember the last time I felt so hale. I know not how to repay them, not only for coming to my aid, but for telling me about my kingdom besides.
I don't think they're ones to keep score. Isn't that right?
Everyone you know is dead and we killed your AI clone. Y'shtola is the motherly sort. Alisay never abandons those in need. They're comrades you can rely on. Y'shtola.
She's known those two for a long time. You can trust in her judgment. Besides, you helped to prove that their treatment works here as well. With this success, they'll be able to help others in Alexandria who suffer from the same illness. Few things could make them happier.
I see. Full glad am I to know that we may cure the affliction after so long. So very long. I steeled myself, having been warned, but it's difficult to come to terms with everything.
Ffxiv? Maybe going out and seeing it would help. Alexandria as it is now.
Great idea! There's no substitute for seeing things with your own eyes.
His thinking pose is so cute. Everything Galulja does is cute.
That said, there is a chance that you'll run into the other Ffxiv.
Mm-hmm. That could be very dangerous.
Still want to take a look, even so?
It would be a lie to say I do not feel anxious, but I wish to walk among the people, to hear their voices and learn about their realm.
Okay, Vana, chill out. We'll be your escort. You're gonna need one. Because not Ffxiv is
Truly? I would be honored.
not gonna take kindly to you walking around, I don't think.
Then allow us to show you the sights.
Thank you, Wuklamat.
This seems, like... Seekers of Eternity. I'm interested to see where this goes. This seems like a horrible idea. Like, we know that there's actively someone impersonating the queen. Like, we should not allow anyone to know that this Ffxiv is alive until we figure out who the other one is and what they're doing. Like, this should be of the utmost secrecy. No one should be allowed to know that this is happening. This is crazy. What a bad idea. What a bad, bad, bad idea.
Ffxiv asked me not to call her by her title. I understand why, but it feels strange. Come on, we'll give Ffxiv the grand tour.
Okay.
Thank you as well, Pyro, for your kindness. The Endless Ffxiv. You knew her, did you not? It may take time for both of us to come to terms with the situation. Myself especially. But I recognize that I must. I may still be here, but the world I knew is gone.
This explains why there were so many Ffxiv cosplays at FanFest. I was like, why are so many people dressed up as Ffxiv? Isn't she like a bad guy? Like, wasn't she like the enemy that we defeated? Not that you can't dress as the enemy, but I was just surprised how many there were. This makes that make a little bit more sense. This is the celebrity doppelgangers thing made real. She's a bad guy, but she's a cute bad guy. Ah. Fair. Fair and valid. Who would want to dress as Xenos? I can't dress as Xenos. I mean, I don't got a dumpy like that. You know what I mean? And you have a Legion tattoo. Take a load of this guy. Oh, Alec, thanks for the 55-month resub, by the way, dude. Appreciate that. It's tier 2, even. Pyro needs a butt slider first. Yeah, sure fucking do. My ass is flatter than Wuklamat's character arc. Memories of a bygone age.
Before heading out, I should put on more suitable attire. There's a modern outfit among the items Shale has prepared for me, I believe.
Hopefully it has a hood and hides your face.
If you would wait outside, I should only need a moment. All right, take your time.
My whole ass is made up of 2 pixels. So we don't like Wuklamat around here? Wuklamot is a fairly one-dimensional, uninteresting, annoying shonen anime protagonist character. She's just... It's a shame because her model is so good. And like the backstory and stuff that could have been her character. I don't know, dude. I'm not a big Wuklamot fan. I find her to be a worse version of Lise from Stormblood. Yo, base black magic. Yo, same. There you go. Y'shtola and Alice left for the government sector. They wanted to discuss how to go about treating those afflicted with lightning. Admirable. I don't know how they keep going without so much as a short break. They got that scion endurance. I haven't gone outside in a while. Shale decrypted more of my mother's records, so I've been spending a lot of time reading them. Aww. Even if she can walk, she's still far from fully recovered. We'll have to take care not to push her too hard. Yeah, true. Agreed.
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I've never worn such clothing before.
Oh, that really suits you.
So when can I get those fucking shorts? It looks like you're a different person except your face and highly recognizable hair. You know? Couldn't have gone with a hood. Agreed.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yep. Okay. Put the hood on though. I love her shoes and like the shorts and like
A
legging
moment before you head out.
style look. Looks good.
Circumstances being what they are, we thought it best to come up with a way to distinguish you from the other Ffxiv, and we should probably settle on this now rather than later.
I suppose it could get pretty confusing.
Dye your hair.
First, we propose calling you simply Ffxiv. As for the former Queen of Reason, Endless Ffxiv should suffice.
Just call her not Sphene.
What about the new one who's been addressing the citizens?
Despite being the spitting image of Endless Ffxiv, we know she's a different entity. So we were thinking of calling her a simulant, after imitation stones.
I see.
I don't remember what that is,
Well,
but okay.
they're definitely not the same. And that's as good a way as any to draw a distinction. But what do you think, Ffxiv? Is that all right with you?
Rest assured, I have no objections. When I am in the city, however, I intend to keep both my face and name secret.
Yeah, good idea.
For the people of today's Alexandria know only the Endless Ffxiv.
We're sorry to subject you to such ignominy.
An endless fiend.
No, I myself would rather not invite complications, so it is quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Shale.
And just to make sure that I'm not fucking misunderstanding, forgetting, or misinterpreting something, the Endless are ether-based beings that are not flesh and blood, nor necessarily have a soul, that are made out of the memories of the real people. Like Ffxiv. So Endless Ffxiv is still technically a construct of the memories of real Ffxiv. So doesn't that kind of mean... But does the computer have its own... I don't remember. Did the computer have its own agenda and input? Because the reason I'm asking, because like, the personality can be manipulated, right? She was overtaken by the system. Okay, that's what I was, okay, because really, like, when you look under the hood of what Endless Sphene wanted, it's a good reflection of Sphene that's in there. But the terminal basically, like, went to purge the compassionate, like, good parts of that, so that Sphene would basically do what needed to be done in order to preserve them all. And that's why it ended up being a bad thing. Right? Because otherwise, like, it would make it seem like Sphene would have just done that, and that's who Sphene was, but that's not really the case. Basically, this, like, coldly logical system behind the Endless weaponized her desperation. The only goal was the preservation of all in the end. And of course, that's what, you know, isn't the like the group of scientists behind the technology that is the Endless and living memory, aren't they called preservation? Yeah. It was only her ideas and not like her soul. Right, because I was basically thinking, like, I needed a refresher on that, because I was like, if Sphene would do that, couldn't that mean that this Sphene could technically do like a similar thing? But there's that additional layer of desperation, manipulation, and then that kind of additional party through the logic of the system that corrupts the whole thing effectively. So, but as far as where I'm at in the story, we still have very little information on like who preservation is, who was behind it. Like, I don't really know very much about preservation. I don't think. I know like very little. But what I had figured back when I first played is that that's an Ascian plot. that's Ascians. Just because that's the default in this game. You know what I mean? It's Ascians. So we'll see. We'll see, but it's Ascians. The Endless have no souls. They're just like data, memories. Preservation was touched upon during living memory with talking about the key. The Milala, Lalafell, and Kryle's parents. Right, I remember a little bit of that. Or that or Alligans. I'm not saying it's Ascians, but it's Ascians. Alligans are also an Ascian plot. Yeah. Because wasn't the dungeon one of the final dungeons? Don't you go through the facility where you can see them separating the memories off from the souls? Like splitting the incorporeal ether and then like using that to make Endless? Because effectively what they had done, they had made an artificial ethereal sea, basically. You have a system that scrubs the memories off and uses them, and then another that recycles the other soul. Extra lives for the living. So it's like kind of a fucked up, like, artificial version of the ethereal sea. Endless Sphene could make her own real decisions, but she gave that up in order to basically become an automaton. So it wasn't that the machine manipulated her into doing it. It was that she came to the desperate conclusion that the only way was to basically forfeit that aspect of herself so that she could save her people. And I want to be I want to be really clear on that, because I need to understand if the most desperate actions of Endless Sphene before sacrificing her autonomy was entirely her choice, or if there is a degree of manipulation or like back-end tampering, so to speak. Because I think that's really important to know. But if that's a spoiler, don't say. So That's a very important distinction, I think. And also, what we've also learned is that it's not just about like pulling memories off of someone. It's also about memory erasure and memory manipulation. So even if you build a construct out of someone's memories, an admin level user can still manipulate that information, manipulate that data. So it's not necessarily a pure rendition of who that person was or what their memories actually even were. Because it's all like malleable. It's data. Yeah, someone could rewrite it if they knew. Man, that's fucking crazy. Solution 9 is so fucking cool, dude. Living memory, and this is like why couldn't the expansion just have been this the whole time? Like, holy fuck, dude, this is so cool. This is so cool. This is the kind of shit that has like the bigger, like higher level impact on like the world and the story. Like, I get the localized like regional world building and stuff, and I think it's beautiful, the cultural like diversity that you get. I love like the Pelu Pelu, all that stuff. It's great. But like this right here, like this is like quintessential Final Fantasy 14, like mix of medieval and high fantasy concept fucking banger story stuff right here, dude. I just wish they'd focus more on this, but whatever. We're here now.
Let us be off then. I am in your capable hands.
Her outfit is
That you
so
are.
cute, dude.
First, we'll head to the entrance of Solution 9.
Good idea. We should start from scanning Port 9. I'll do my best to explain things.
Thank you guys for clarifying and helping me remember some of those details. It's a little fuzzy. As long as we keep Ffxiv's identity under wraps, it should be safe enough to walk around the city. Still, we can't be too cautious while the simulant's off doing whatever it's doing. Do take care out there. So then, dude, like, I wonder how elaborate that all gets. Can you use the memories of someone to basically, not that you need to because glamour just exists, but can you use the memories of someone to disguise yourself as them? Like, holy fuck. That's not the thing. I'll do that later. Plenty of side content to do. That's one of the extra dungeons from Base Dawn Trail? Oh, she did put the hood up. Oh, okay. Atta girl. I was gonna say, dude, like, there's no way we just have her walking around like that. Good, good. It doesn't surprise me, to be honest, given Ascian's proclivity for body jumping. Their view of us as individuals is pretty warped. Yeah. So, this is Alexandria. Despite being inside a tower, it feels as though I'm out in the open. And though the sights are nothing like I remember, Electrope is still everywhere I look. It is a strange yet familiar place. Yeah, but her name is floating above her head. Very obvious. Yo, true though. Actually true though. She can't disguise herself. It says right there. So you've been to Tuliolal. Were you able to meet with your friend? I was. Things were a bit awkward at first. She's still so young, after all. But before long, we were talking up a storm. We had so much fun, just like old times. Damn, that part of the story is, grown-ass woman and her friend's still, like, young. Man, that's weird. Imagine waking up 400 years later and your hometown is cyberpunk. Except it's not, well, it is kind of run by a corporation, but just one. Think about that, dude. Like, what if Arasaka just actually had control of everything? No Militech, no Biotechnica, no other corps, just everything's run by one. That's what Solution 9 is. Complete control. Crazy. Crazy. I love the sightseeing logs. This X-Pack, the log givers are twin sisters. One of them having gotten trapped in the dome.
That lady wants to talk with La Machi. So while they're busy, I'll tell you about what we can see from here. Is there any place that interests you?
And they're after everyone's engram. Oh my god, when you put it like that, dude, holy shit. Yo, Ffxiv can be like Alt Cunningham, the rogue AI, except she's not. Well, she kind of was like Alt in a way. Endless Ffxiv actually is sort of like Alt. Anyway.
There are so very many. I can't decide where to begin.
She may have made Soul Killer. Holy fuck.
Then why don't we let Pyro choose?
I think that was Ffxiv's line. I think it was Galulja, Ffxiv, and then me. I fucked that up. The following event can't be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder Regis. Explain the sites to Ffxiv. Oh my god, what the fuck? Nexus Arcade.
There are lots of different shops at the Nexus Arcade, selling everything you need. It's always full of people hanging out. People out doing their shopping. The Endless Fiend gave Pyro and Lamachi a tour of the place. I remember watching them from a distance. The Castle town, I knew, had a main thoroughfare that was lined with shops. Whenever I visited, the citizens would come out and speak with me about matters great and small.
He's a little stalker.
Just like that lady is doing now with Wu Clement.
Wu Clement and the Alexandrian citizen.
The lady talking to Lamachi just came back from Tuliolal. It was her first time since being trapped in the barrier 30 years ago. She has family in Alexandria now, so she had to return. But the train made it safe and easy for her to make the journey, and it's all thanks to everyone's hard work. There was once a railroad connecting Alexandria and neighboring Lindblum. Its operations was suspended when relations deteriorated. Eventually, the tracks were removed entirely. To see that a railroad now connects us to our new neighbors is gratifying. History repeats itself, especially considering that our history began with war, with Alexandria the aggressor. In continuing to strive for peace, Tuliolal's leaders have shown great magnanimity. Magnanimity. And I can't help but be moved. If you attune to Ley Node 9, you can teleport back here anytime you want. You can use it to teleport to other locations in Solution 9. It makes it easy to get around. That's the mode of travel that utilizes ether currents, yes? We had the same in my time, but when the storm surge broke out, such nodes were sealed off to prevent enemy use. And after the war, the etheric balance across the entire world had collapsed. Not only was travel outside the barrier ill-advised, the act of teleportation itself had become dangerous. We had to abandon the nodes altogether. It is heartening to see them available again for the use of one and all.
It's nice. Government sector. In the government sector, there's a counter where citizens can get matched to jobs. I'm gonna be honest with you, after playing Cyberpunk, when I hear shit like that, like some of the like themes of Solution 9 did not hit like they do now. And I hear some of this shit and I'm like, damn. Damn, this place is this is the place of all time. There's also a soul exchange, but no one goes there much these days since there aren't many souls in circulation. Like, using souls as a currency is fucking crazy. That's insane. I'm unsure how to feel about regulators and the treatment of souls as a resource. I understand the grief of those who have lost loved ones and the desire to escape the sorrow of death. Even so, I would never wish to forget. My parents, Otis, Zelenia, I want to remember them all. I am reluctant to impose my personal beliefs upon others, though. Ah, Sven's a good one. Sven, you're a good one. It's tough. How do you deal with something like pain and grief? Why does Wuklam... I don't know if this... I'm sure this has always been a thing. Why does Wuk... I just gotta say this. Wuklamat has, like, some of the most... I don't... I'm just gonna say it. Her boob physics are, like... They seem a little exaggerated. I can't be the only one that's noticed that, right? Maybe I am. And... What FPS you at? 60. It's the 60 FPS? I forgot that was a thing. Thanks for your help, Pyro. I hope Queen Sven, I mean, just Sven, will feel at home here one day. The joy of spying stars between faint gaps in the clouds is absent here. It is a fine thing to be sheltered from the thunder and rain. I wasn't looking at the furry's boobs. When she walks, it's the only part of her that actually moves. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away with the conversation. It's all right. Pyro and I told her about the places we can see from here. Really? That's great. Right then, why don't we stroll through the residential sector and then stop at Mosaic? We can take a break there. This reminds me of my buddy telling me he learned he was a furry because of Lion King and Nala. Isn't that the female lion that Simba is like? Cursed 1 a.m. Discord combos. She give him the eyes, man. I should expect nothing less. I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV. Why are you even remotely surprised, Taylor? Like, this is not your first rodeo. Why even pretend to be shocked? Listen, the rabbit from Zootopia, kind of thick though. You know what I mean? So, I guess I understand. What the fuck am I hearing? Standard Ffxiv stream chat discourse. Judy hops on it more like. What should I get? A fucking stool.
I understand this cafe was named for the different races, who appear as a mosaic of colors when they gather here. What an inspired idea. Delia. We've been waiting for a while, so let's rest our feet, eh? Drinks are on me.
Thanks, Wook.
Sphene, Pyro, two of you go ahead and order first.
That's very courteous of you. Thanks. Thanks, Wook. That's nice.
So many different drinks. I can't decide.
Get the one with the most alcohol.
Ooh. I'll have this, please. A Dali coffee.
Of course. I should warn you, though. Dali beans are an older variety known for their strong bitterness. Still want one?
The bitterness is the best part.
Dali
Have you
coffee from
decided as
Dali
well?
beans that come from the Dalai Lama. What am I gonna have? Something healthy. Vegetable juice, maybe? Some cocoa with extra cream on top. Or a coffee. I can have a coffee, a hot chocolate, or vegetable juice. Where's the option to drink the blood of sacrificed Ronek? Like, where's the, like, can we get delicacies in here, please? Like normal drinks? Do you have water? Where is the bottle of horse cum? Like, what are we doing here? Why do they have such weird drinks in Solution 9? I don't understand. All right, I guess I'll get a fucking hot chocolate.
I understand completely. The allure of something sweet can often be too strong to resist.
She's a chocolate girl. She's a chocolate girl.
I'll have your drinks ready in a moment.
Dude, I've been saying that about horse cum for years. Thank you. Thank you.
Someone gets it, dude.
What is that QR code pillow that she's sitting on? What the fuck? Hold on, let me scan that. Maybe I'll get fucking nudes of Bakul Jaja if I fucking scan it.
They're certainly well liked. It's a wonderful feeling, spending time with the people.
Sure is, but guess what? Not Sphene's about to show up.
But they're not my people anymore, are they? Their city, their way of life, even the ground upon which they tread. I am a stranger to it all. The weight of the long years is finally beginning to sink in.
Your Majesty, is that you?
Instantly gets recognized.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not Queen Sphene, though I'm often told we look alike.
Kid's like, bullshit. That's cap.
There you are. How many times have I told you not to go off alone? I'm sorry he bothered you, Mom. Come now, we're going home.
How the fuck does your kid recognize Ffxiv, but you... Whatever.
Bye! Not Queen Ffxiv!
Not Queen Ffxiv. Love it, dude. Love it. I keep calling the other one not Ffxiv.
I do not know that boy, nor does he know me. No one does.
Huh.
Another harsh reminder that I have no place here. Yet, no matter how much things have changed, I am happy. I am. For Alexandria has endured. Our sacrifice was not in vain. Even so, I cannot help but feel lonely.
They were worried about not having neo-regulators, but Lamachi cheered them up. If you have any troubles or anything else you want to talk about, I'm always here to lend an ear.
In search of meaning. Ffxiv looks at you apologetically. Forgive me. I didn't mean to darken the mood. It's all good. Still, I feel better for having shared my feelings with you. Thank you. I'm sorry for not being much of a guide. I don't usually get approached this often. It's quite all right. The people have been through so much. It's only natural for them to seek comfort and assurance from someone they trust. Besides, I was able to relax with a delicious cup of coffee and have a lovely chat with Pyro. I appreciate your understanding. Right then, where to next? We could take a look inside the Nexus arcade, but it can probably wait for when we actually need something. In that case, let's head back to the recreation zone. There's plenty to see on True View. The ancients could create anything except therapy. Oh, that's one of my favorite things about the ancients, is that whole concept of like pretty much everything was always perfect. We were endowed with like godlike power. We didn't really know despair. It wasn't like a thing. We had no need to process such a thing. We couldn't even conceive of what that was. But I think culturally they also kind of show a bit of an aversion to the entire, any type of acknowledgement of it, because literally no one in this society is equipped to handle it whatsoever. It's like, even if they recognize that it's there, no one knows what to do about it. Which I think is I think that's so interesting. The ancients were basically a civilization of adult children in a way. Their society had not encountered certain concepts yet. Yeah, like war. Probably like really any crime. Or negative emotion. They never really turned their gaze inwards. And why would you? I mean, it's not even something you have like in a built awareness to do. it's really tragic, because basically what it makes it seem like is, it effectively makes it seem like their downfall is like inevitable. Something's gonna happen. That's one of the things I find so interesting about Azem, is a capacity to predict any of it is fascinating. Because it's like, this is, I mean, Azem is very cutting edge in that way. So, I don't know, I think that's cool. I love the Ancients, dude. They're like one of my favorite, like, the Ancients are up there with like the Titans for me, as far as like one of the coolest civilizations, one of the most interesting, some of the best, like most interesting characters. I think they're so cool. I wonder if Azem had future sight. Well, the key makes me really think about that. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Azem could see fractals. That's very true. Ranner and Alec just kind of made that same point. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that Azem traveled and interacted with the people of the world. Like, that's Azem's whole seat as like the traveler, right? Is to interact with and see all of that. So Azem, I think, already has this exposure to so much more variety of like culture and people and events, I think, that the Ancients and Amarat and Elpis did not. I would love to learn more about the ancient civilizations that existed during the time before Medion, because don't they refer to like their distant cousins across the ocean or something like that? Like there's an entire, at least one entire other civilization that may or may not be different than the Ancients, that I don't think that we really know like anything about. There's debates about other civilizations and how they're calling for help during the final days, and Amarat decided to abandon them. The fact we're still not even considering going to Mericidia is nuts to me. I agree. I thought that's what they were going to do with Ajdaya, to be honest. I thought they were going to use her to, I thought that's what was going to happen. I think the Ancients are the first race of mankind. I could see that, and maybe I wonder if like one of the other ancient races is more like bestial and like not related to like what I would assume is like the progenitor lineage for like Pyr, Elizin, Lalafell, those kinds of, you know, beings. I'm not sure if it was said, but are all people with the Echo a shard of an Ascian? You mean a shard of an ancient? Because Ascians are, not to be like, oh, Ascian is basically just a sect of ancients, some sundered, some not, who are subservient to Zodiark and want to bring him back to basically try to avert or revert the final days. So just to be clear, the actual people are ancients. Ascian is more of an identifier. Not to be like, oh, actually, everyone is a shard of an ancient. That's kind of the whole thing. I don't think that's true, right? Because what about people that are newly born? You're not a sundered ancient. It isn't. There was new life that spawned after the sundering. Yeah, because I think that's something they tackle in Shadowbringers, right? When they start going over like the blessing of light and the echo and like what it all means, I'm pretty sure they said pretty straightforward that not everyone is a sundered shard of an ancient. The echo is a sensitivity to Heidelin's whispers. The echo is you being pure enough ancient shard. I love how there's still so many different like views on what the echo is. I remember that I have like a whole page in my notebook about identifying what the echo actually is. It's in my Shadowbringers notebook. I could probably pull it up, but yeah, I kind of want to stay on track here. Maybe that's something I can do after. I'm sure you could just look at the wiki too. The way the Ethereal Sea recycles souls is not entirely known. The world does create souls for life forms that are birthed from it who can get a soul. I have no idea. I'm about to meet the sylphs. Oh my god, the sylphs are so cute. We had Vanna teach us how to use Echo in Elpis, so no, it's not a power that appeared after the Sundering, but existed previously. Did she teach us how to use the Echo? Man, I got hazy memory. Don't we learn from Anon in Elpis what the Echo is and how to use it? There's two of you saying that, so I think so. I know we started actually using it instead of accidentally. Where we look back into the past to see Hermes talking about the Medions. We were tracking Medion with it. Alpha had become a new soul, so I always thought all others come from the life stream. I think that's one of the big questions in Xiv is like how souls, how the Ethereal Sea actually works. If something doesn't have a soul, can it develop a soul? The answer to that is evidently yes. How different is a living being comprised of ether and a being comprised of dynamis? How are they different? How are they the same? Is one more alive than the other? There's a lot of like existential kind of questions, I think, in Xiv that leave the door open for like what it means for something to be alive, what it means for something to like have a soul, what a soul actually is. It's crazy to think the ancients could basically create new life with souls. Yeah, I mean, they were effectively like not only masters of ethereal manipulation, but soul manipulation because souls are made of ether. So it's like they could basically wield and manipulate the raw power of creation. It's pretty crazy. In Elpis, they say that some creatures are apt to get a soul, and the world grant it to them, and some creatures aren't apt for it, and those are called arcane entities. That's right, they do make that distinction. Kind of a construct comprised of ether, a creation, so to speak, a painting on a tapestry, and the other, an actually full being with a soul worthy of Genesis in its own right. The ancients could not grant souls to their creations. Right, I think that's... Yeah, that's what I think the distinction that Danmaku is basically saying is that, like, they can't give a soul, but they can create something and try to basically curate it in such a way that it would have a soul. That it would get one. Otherwise, it was what he would refer to as an arcane entity, which is what a lot of the creatures in Elpis were. But then I don't know. If something can feel, if it can have emotions, if it can hear, feel, and think, is it not alive? Like, what does it mean to have a soul, and what constitutes something being alive? Because I think you can make, I think you can make the argument that calling something an arcane construct, because that is ultimately has a lot to do, I think, with what obviously bothered entity like beings like Hermes is, I think you can kind of look at it as a bit dismissive, or a bit kind of like copium, to be like, oh well, it's not alive, it doesn't have a soul, therefore we shouldn't mourn it. It is no loss. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and wasn't that like the crux of why Hermes started despairing? Is not just the question of like what happens beyond our star, but like the way that arcane entities were being treated and stuff, because he had developed a sense of empathy for them and was effectively like, this is wrong. It's also what Emmett said about us, that it wasn't murder because we suck. Yeah, therefore I do not consider you to be alive. Therefore it is not murder. Like, okay, dude. Nice justification that you've come up with there. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Turalian saying like, oh, the light is everything on Azeroth. And since you're not from Azeroth, you're not under the light, therefore you're bad, therefore I will kill you. It reminds me a lot of that. When I can use logic to basically write off the your existence. I thought Emet-Selch recognized us as living creatures, but didn't value our existence because we're weak, frail, and foolish. I'm pretty sure Emmett says at one point that he flat out does not consider us to be alive. And and because of that, it's not murder. Because, like, the phrase is truly alive. He adds like an additional layer because it's what he needs in order to do the thing. Emmett is coping a little bit. And then we shut off a bunch of memories because memories are not real? Huh? Well, we shut off the memories because the system being used to sustain them is feeding off of the souls of other living beings. That's why we did that. He doesn't see himself as killing people on the other shards because we aren't alive to him. Guys, it's full-blown copium. And we also didn't make that choice easily. That was a big consideration. There was a lot of emotional weight to the decision to shut down living memory because we are, I mean, look, think about in all the ways that we communicated with Ffxiv. For all intents and purposes, like, that's Erenville's mom. And everything that we experienced in interacting with her suggests that that's a living being. Like, that's a person with and Kryle's parents, yeah. That's a person whose memories are real. So it's really hard. Guys, this is, if you like this concept, you got to play Cyberpunk if you haven't, or watch my playthrough, because that's what that game is largely about. If you can effectively digitize someone's memories or personality into a construct, and that construct not only displays a great degree of sentience, but also the ability to change and develop new memories, is that thing alive? Is it alive? It's a super fucking interesting thing to, I don't know, to get into. Because it's really, it comes back to the Omicron stuff and like the Ultima Thule stuff. What constitutes a living being? And how essential is our concept of a soul to a living being? So, yeah, it's cool stuff. Hey, are you all right? Stricken citizen. He was this way when we arrived. He looks pale. We need to find a place for him to rest.
Thank you. I was on my way to attend to some business when the memory of being killed here came flooding back. The dangerous past, I know, but terror lingers. For all the comfort I've offered others in my work, I can't seem to comfort myself. Try as I might, I can't shake this fear. My courage has completely deserted me.
The citizens overcome with fear. Rally.
Thank you. I feel better already. Your encouragement was exactly what I needed.
This is exactly what I wanted.
Ah, but where are my manners?
Oh, his name's Malachite.
My name is Malachite, and I am an usher.
Ushers are people who are directly involved with the process of people becoming endless. They usher them into the... Is that what they are?
These are my confessions.
They get rid of the physical evidence of people dying. Yikes. And usher, they're the ones who came to those without... Who came to those without long to live, right? I should just let the game explain. But given everything that's happened, I expect your duties have changed.
That's correct. We no longer attend to the dying. It's only after they have passed away in their families' care that we convey the remains to a government storage facility.
He's kind of like a coroner, but they take it to a government facility. I hate that sentence. A government storage facility. A storage facility? What for?
Henceforth, we must inter the deceased, but as the specifics are undecided, the bodies must be kept in cold storage for the time being.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that, bro. Zombies? I don't like that, dude. You just got bodies. You just got bodies. You just got an army of bodies. It's a morgue, but they keep them in stasis. I didn't know. I'd heard there were graveyards over by the submerged city, but like funerals, burial customs must be long forgotten. You should see the burial customs in Night City. Jesus Christ. Your fucking loved one comes out of a vending machine in a fucking tube. And then if you have enough money, you can get them a fucking niche. Oh my god, bro. And if you have even more money, you can just subject them to Soul Killer and have them turn into a construct that you can fucking commune with forever. Jesus Christ. Which is very much like the Endless, actually. Rent a niche. Yeah. Or you put him in a car and drive him off a cliff. True. That's how the fucking Aldecaldos would do it. Well, some of them at least. Did you have usher duties? If so, we could help.
I'm not actually here in any official capacity, so I'm loath to trouble you further, but since you asked, I shall explain why I have come. Justice has come. I've taken to delivering the personal effects of the departed to their families. That's nice. Even though their memories have been entrusted to the cloud, I still remember where they once lived. Remember us. Remember that we once lived. The rule was to dispose of any belongings. To do anything else was strictly forbidden, but it saddened me to see them just discarded like waste. So I began secreting away what I could.
This is a good one right here. This is a good one right here. We like Malachite. We like Malachite.
Of course, I understand that not everyone shares my sentiments, and I leave it to the families to decide what to do with these items. Some accept my deliveries, others reject them. Whether I'm doing the right thing, I cannot say, but I feel the family should be given the choice. Oh, they didn't have it before, then. Nope. Destruction of all evidence of death. The erasure of it as a concept. It's important to think about what people leave to us. I want to help. Yeah, you of all people would know, Gululja. Do you want to help too, Pyro?
Nah.
I suppose I can.
Deliveries happen to be my specialty. I've done quite a few. I love that. He's so cute.
I am truly grateful. Now, there are 4 items to be delivered here in the recreation zone. I leave them in your care. In the meantime, I will head to the residential sector to make deliveries there. After you've finished, please meet me back here. I would like to know the family's reaction.
The little patter, I know. He's so cute.
You know, there have been people in Tuliolal who had similar episodes due to the trauma of the siege. Would you mind if I went with Malachite just to keep an eye on him? Only if you can handle those deliveries without me, of course.
Gotta be alright then.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure he'll be happy for the company. Happy Mother's Day to Emilience Levieur. Yo, happy Mother's Day to all the moms, dude. I got to give Ariel some Mother's Day gifts this morning. I felt really good about that. It was nice to see her smile and get to celebrate that. Thanks, Black. Appreciate that. I got her a candle and a blanket. And the candle says on it, I hope you don't poop during labor. Come, let's deliver these keepsakes to the families. So, there are 4 items in total to deliver? Right, 3 for people on Trueview, and 1 for someone over by the Neon Stein. Let's visit them in that order. Might I trouble you to do the talking, Pyro? I fear my voice may betray my identity.
You mean people aren't gonna notice you physically, with the exception of that child, but they will recognize your voice?
What? Lead the way. We'll be right behind you.
An escort quest. Check out this 50-50.
Yeah.
You like that shit? Hanging with Meats Fiend. I see. Yeah. Not Queen's Fiend.
Tales of loss and fire and Fiend. But this one is real, made of meat.
Her name is Sphene. Is that Sphene or caffeine? Is it Ffxiv? I think it's Ffxiv, right? Some of you are like, what the fuck is he saying? The WoW players might get it. Discuss Trueview.
The people around Trueview seem scary at first, but most of them are really kind. When I see someone passed out on the street now, I worry if they'll be alright.
Motherfuckers around here fent-leaning out here. I used to not worry, but now I do, because they can die. Discuss Trueview.
The way the buildings roll in a row reminds me of the old castle town. Lively as it is here, I can see why Oblivion can blend in.
Is that something you need? Entrusted to you by Malachite. I got a keepsake for you. So Malachite sent you. He was very considerate. When he offered to bring me the keepsake, he stressed that I didn't have to accept it if I felt uncomfortable. I see why some would say no, but I couldn't do that. Not when it's something that belonged to my parents, who I understand now I will never see again. Having spare souls won't save us from the inevitable. That's always been the case. But now I find myself wondering about this and that. Like how much longer can I afford to muck around with my brothers? But I won't bore you with my ramblings. Thanks for bringing me the keepsake, and give my regards to Malachite. How much time left do I have to spend with my brothers? Fucking real, dude. That's fucking real. That makes me sad. Pyro, have you ever tried Genshin? I have not. I'm not really too like into gacha games, but it's been like requested before. Disconcerted citizen. Oh, hello. Do I know you? Nope. I brought you this though. Ah, so this is the keepsake. Truth be told, I've been wavering as to whether or not I should accept it. I mean, it belonged to someone that died. It's got me thinking about what we did to Tuliolal. I didn't even know we'd killed so many of their people, not until the funeral. What if they decide to retaliate? Lamachi Buklamat would never do that. She and everyone in Tuliolal know that my father was to blame for the attack, not the Alexandrian people. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you speak ill of your father. It's just, I can't stop worrying about death. And hearing that they're running out of neo-regulators makes it worse. I don't know what to do anymore. They're running out of them? That means they've almost given 5,000 of them out. Just a 5,000 person private army. No big deal. These are vending machines where you can buy guns, processed food that's made out of synth meat, or get this, prostitutes. Yeah? Yeah? Pretty cool, right? All right, here we go. Discuss the vending machines. Genolt's favorite energy tonic is a special formula, not like the ones they sell here. I wanted to try one, but Shale wouldn't let me. Maybe when you're older, kiddo. Maybe when you turn 21. Fucking Genolt. So you can purchase beverages from these machines? That's wonderful. I've always believed that technology should be developed for the benefit of the people.
Well, technically you don't buy prostitutes, you buy brain dances of prostitutes. So you put on a virtual headset that links into your like neural processing unit and gives you all the sensations of that you would experience if it was actually you. So you basically just like chip into this like highly curated recorded sensational experience, and then you have it yourself. That real feel. That's right. That's right. As long as you have a good virtue, like from like a good editor, you know, like Judy. Oh, right. That's the key to Painter. You gotta do all that shit right. You want to do all that before combat. Right. Or in downtime. Brooding citizen. What is it? If you're trying to sell me something, I'm not interested. I was gonna give you this thing for free. Oh, you brought the keepsake. Thank you. I've been looking forward to this. Hoping it might help me remember, but no such luck it seems. That's fucking sad. The owner's dead, and they'll never become one of these endless Queen's Fiend tells us about. It's a sad thought. Even so, I'm not sure I want to become an endless myself. And they're made by putting your memories... If they're made by putting your memories into a new body made of ether, doesn't that mean you yourself still have to die first? The thought of not having to worry about souls was appealing, so I was happy to receive a neo-regulator, but I've only had doubts since then. If Queen's Fiend herself recommends it, I want to believe that it'll all be well, but still... Sorry, I need to clear my head. That's everyone on TrueView. Let's go to the Neon Stein. They made Black Mage easier to play? I've heard. No more timer on fire phase. And the cast timer is reduced from 2.8 to 2.5. Nice. Nice. Maybe once I'm done with MSQ, I can level my Black Mage up to max level. Play it again. I like Black Mage. Oh, right. We're in the same zone. It's so different now. It's pretty fun. I thought it was fun before, but it's also it was very try hard. Black Mage was very try hard. Oh, nice. I got that car in Cyberpunk. Are you talking to me? I am. If you like juggling a Nokian, you'll be sad, but if you didn't, you'll like it. Fuck a Nokian. Delete that shit out of the game. Sounds like they did. Oh, right. This. I can't say it stirs any memories, but it does feel familiar somehow. You know, you look familiar yourself. Where do I know you from? Ah, of course. You're the unenhanced challenger. No, champion. Am I? I can't stress how incredible it is what you've achieved without using feral souls. It's a genuine honor to meet you. Though, not for the first time, I realize.
you did the first wing of Arcadian. Does that make me a champion? You're the lightweight champ? Oh. Oh, okay. I forgot that you get like a champion for each light, middle, and heavyweight or whatever. Right, okay, okay. I realized it was a Arcadian reference, but I was like, is that what you get when you do the whole thing? So that, yeah, which wouldn't have been possible during this patch, so that's, yeah. It was at the infusion station in the government sector, and it wasn't my finest moment, as you might recall. What was he, like, fanboying about Ffxiv or something? Nah, he just knows you play WoW as well. Oh, champion! I see you've made your way back to Eorzea. Back to Atheris. Back to our home. Did you bring me any Azurite, champion? Hydaelyn's dying, champion. He's an Arcadian fighter, so the lack of feral souls would put him out of a job. You're the Arcadian fighter who is desperate for souls. You're the one who yelled at Ffxiv to her face. Are you sure we've met before? He was mad he couldn't work at the Arcadian since Zoralja had commandeered every feral soul so he could juice up to beat you. Yeah, Zoralja's a little punk motherfucker. That's right. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Anyway, seeing as we're meeting properly now, the name's Lithander. I used to fight in the Arcadian, but not anymore. I took Queen Ffxiv's words to heart and found a new job. One where I can put my knowledge of physical conditioning to use. As you know, lots of people were badly hurt when the mechanical soldiers malfunctioned. And I've been assisting with their rehabilitation. It's not something I ever imagined myself doing, but here we are. Hold on. This guy remembers the moment that he met me right in front of Queen Ffxiv, and a very poorly disguised Ffxiv is standing right in front of him right now, and he doesn't remember. Tough. Not many people can help others like you can. I think it's great what you're doing. Thanks. It's encouraging to hear that. There's this fellow who has to learn how to walk all over again. Becoming endless would solve his problems, but he's determined to overcome them the hard way, with the body he's got. Seeing that gave me a newfound appreciation for my own body. It's a gift from my parents, a sturdy thing that's survived the arena, and I need to take better care of it. Yo, same. I'm the only blue-scaled Hubigo besides my father. Lamachi once told me that. I don't know how my father felt about it, and there are times when it hurts to think about the things we share. Still, I don't want to lose that. Even if I could look the same as an Endless, I would never throw away this body. Most people would find it hard to do so, I imagine. Just the thought makes me feel uncomfortable about the whole becoming Endless affair. But I need to get back to work. It was nice talking to you, and thanks for the delivery. That was a wholesome interaction. That was nice. Listen, he's got CTE from the Arcadian. That's why he doesn't remember. I'm glad I'm the way I am. It's my parents' gift to me, and how I was able to learn more about them, and about myself. You're so goddamn cute, Galul. Oh my fucking god, dude. Galulja, top 3 cutest characters in the whole fucking game, dude. I think maybe up there with like one of the Sylphs, and what, like maybe Beck Lug or something. Like just one of the cutest fucking characters, dude. So adorable. Oh, Alpha? Yeah, Alpha's got to be up there too. I like that they highlight the optional rewards when you try to complete the quest without picking one. Like, hey, dumbass, pick one. They didn't used to do that, did they? Feo Ul is gonna have your neck for that. Oh, my beautiful branch. My beautiful branch. Medion was so cute. Yeah, Medion is probably number one. Okay, it's hard to pick a top three. So Galulja, Medion, Feo Ul, Beklug, Seto. A jewel shattered. Ffxiv is eager to tell Malachite of your success. Riki Teo from the first is cute as fuck. That was the little Mikote child, right? The little girl. Yeah, she was fucking adorable. There's just too many cute characters. Yeah. I like Gabu. Yeah, Gabu's cute too. Imagine they put out Medion plushies and they came with a code for a variant of the Starbird minion. Dude, if you could get like the black Starbird minion, that would be fucking sick. All right, here we go. I believe that takes care of the deliveries. Thank you for taking charge, Pyro. No problem. Whoops. From what I've seen and heard, 'tis plain the people held their queen in high regard, and the simulant has exploited their love and admiration to win over so very many. Come, let us report to Malachite. He should be back at the north of the recreation zone. I have not seen that Glurak. I am being reminded of some of the criticisms that I had of Solution 9 when I first played it, and it's a similar criticism that I have for Tuliolal. Do you know what it is? Can't mount. That... It's woke. Shut the fuck up, Taro. Too big with little people. There's just no one here. Just no one lives here. I felt like I saw more people in Amarat, and that city literally was just full of ghosts. Well, a lot of them died, to be honest. Do you recognize the size, like, of the city? Like, they said that they had a limited number of neo-regulators. They had like 5,000 of them, and that they're almost out of them. At least, and there's a lot more than that, at least 5,000 people live here. And this is like one of those central important hubs. But there's just no one around. So. There isn't like a lore reason for this, guys. They just didn't. I'm assuming they just didn't want to put the graphical load or some kind of engine, something. Lined with bars and fighting stadiums, Trueview is considered the finest entertainment district in Everkeep. The district's current name is based on the popular idea that only those who gather in its back alley streets see the truth of the world. Staid and uninspired, its official name has seemingly long since fallen out of use. Motherfucker's got the title Lord Creator? What the fuck? Just a random Alec running by. Something something PS4, something something start saving for PS5, right? They probably just didn't put NPCs in areas where players really won't be visiting often. I don't really think that's a good reason. This is supposed to be like a populated city. Like, I've spent a decent amount of time here due to the MSQ. And you have the Arcadian right there. It's from doing a lot of crafting leave turn-ins. Gotcha.
Malachite seems to be doing better. Those we spoke with all harbored anxiety towards death. 'Tis hardly an unnatural sentiment to have. And yet... Done with your deliveries? We just gotten back ourselves. We just gotten back ourselves.
Thank you for your assistance. With this, every delivery I had planned for today is accounted for. The reactions I received were mixed. While some were glad, others decided they did not want the items after all. How was your experience?
Everyone accepted their items, but they all felt differently about them. One person couldn't remember the keepsake's owner, and another couldn't stop worrying about their own death.
I see. It's difficult indeed to predict how people may behave when confronted with reminders of loss. Of late, I've come to believe that we are each of us the sum of the moments we've shared with our loved ones. And when they passed away, and we lost our memories of those people, we lost a part of ourselves. It's a thought that saddens me to no end. If our memories of the departed are no longer to be entrusted to the cloud, I wish that those already taken could be returned to us. Well, my friends, I must resume my formal duties. My thanks again for your aid.
Malachite speaks true. Our memories are what define us. They form the path we walked to be where we are. My endless self, I expect, was much alike to me in the beginning. But I cannot become like her no more than she could become like me. For once our paths diverged, so too did our lives and experiences. That's true. Even if we start from the same place, we all have different journeys. At some point, things like our goals and our ways of thinking are bound to change. The Endless Ffxiv was one possibility. A version of myself who made choices I want to believe I never would. I'm beginning to come to terms with the fact I did, though.
Huh? Is that?
Oh boy.
The simulant? She was looking straight at us. If I didn't know better, I'd say she wanted us to follow her. I have a bad feeling about this, but we might not have another chance to figure out what she's up to. We are going after her, right?
I guess so.
That was my first time seeing the simulant. Though she was smiling, something about her scared me. There's a strange feeling pursuing one's spitting image. Where does she want us to go, I wonder? Let's come down this dark alley. The simulant headed into the street over there. The neon stein is that way. Let's hurry.
No one is around to hear us scream.
I don't like this.
What is she up to?
Did we lose her?
Not here. Let's press on, if only a little further.
That was someone with like a gloved hand pressing on like an iPad fucking... Whoa. So that's a preservation member, presumably?
Hey, are you alright?
What the fuck is that? Van
So
Daniel?
she didn't die. Vexing, but expected.
Blasted the fuck out of me with some ether right there.
That was about the strongest bolt we can produce within Everkeep. What now?
Damn.
We obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. That is the most expeditious course of action.
I know that voice.
Who the fuck is that, Ffxiv? Oh, they floated down? That's Asian shit.
You there! Yes, you! We have important business with you.
Interesting body language.
We left something in your keeping. The key to interdimensional fusion. You will kindly return it to us, yes?
No.
Is that so? What a shame. If I had the key, I wouldn't need to be cruel and turn away so many people. Far more than 5,000 could become endless and know eternal happiness.
Yikes, I knew you were elaborate.
What? You mean to steal ether from other worlds again?
All is for the sake of his experiments. 'Twas for that reason, you know, that the previous me created the Endless.
The previous me.
I pity her. She was forced to attempt the impossible, to turn every soul who dies into an Endless, even though there's no end to them.
She was forced to attempt the impossible. To turn every soul who dies into an endless, even though there's no end to them.
Admittedly, that was part of the plan. Her desperation would drive her to claim the key and use it. And sure enough, she did just that. I know you had a soft spot for her, Lamachi. So for what it's worth, I'm truly sorry. Alas, we are naught more than pawns. Pieces in his grand design.
Ah, it's the Primus. Got it.
Don't you dare make light of her love for her people. Don't you dare!
Strike me down if you wish. I shall be made anew. And I doubt many would look kindly upon the vow of resolve of Tuliolol if she attacked a neighboring queen, and not for the first time. Would you be willing to accept the repercussions?
What a little asshole.
Damn you!
What do you stand to gain by making everyone endless? What is the objective of these experiments? Cube. This guy doom scrolling? What the fuck is going on?
You're speaking to me.
Yeah.
Our goal is to usher in the next phase of mankind's evolution.
Yikes.
Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment.
Sure.
The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing the species to thrive.
Like the song.
Generational succession. This has been our survival strategy. Yet, this strategy has long since reached its practical limit. It is outdated.
That's a mindset to have.
It relies on progeny, which gives rise to unchecked population growth. Resources become scarce, invariably leading to conflict. All the while, death is ever present and robs our species of untold potential.
I can see the logic in what you're saying, but...
Where man now stands in his evolution, bodies of flesh no longer make sense.
Yeah, there it is.
What we must strive for next is carefully managed, eternal preservation.
Yikes. So we created Relic.
You're Calix, aren't you?
You know him?
Fucking who? That a guy from Organization 13? Who the fuck is that?
The young genius who had mastered electrode technology.
This guy doesn't even look like he's in a physical space. What the fuck?
He founded the scientific collective known as Preservation and devoted himself to developing a cure for the paralysis which plagued our people.
It's Unukalai.
Calix, you always had your gaze set upon the future, and I know you do now. But I beg you, do not deceive the people of Alexandria. Do not manipulate them with this imitation forged from my memories. Well, how rude. Yet, whatever you may say, I'm the one whom the people regard as queen. You may have worn the crown for a few years, but now you are no one. Just a frail, fleshy version of me that could die at any moment. The kingdom has no use for such as you.
Your flesh does not make you weak.
Our demand is simple. Surrender the key. Refusal will necessitate consequences.
It's the Titans. Give up your flesh. Yep, this is where eternal beings always get it wrong, though. Because there's something that the anxiety and possibility of death does to a mortal being. It gives them a little bonus, a little boost. The eternal beings always think, oh, the mortals, they're weak and frail and fleshy, but we have extra powers that they don't understand because they've cold logic their way out of it. So that's why they lose. So get fucked. Yep, we get the Dynamis bonus. Yup. Remember Calix the Golden Pyro? Nope. This guy really used the city grid to hit you with a lightning bolt. Does he not know we got hit by planets fighting the embodiment of despair? I don't think he would know that. And these guys even LB3? Nah, they're fucking lame. Ask the Aya how immortality turned out for them. Yeah, or the Omicron. Warrior of Light hearing him talk about his plan. Man, not this shit again. What a cruel thing to say to Sphene. Oh my god, it happened. For the first time, Wuglamot has nothing to say. She's pissed, rightfully so. I liked Wook in that scene, so did I. I'm just flicking her shit. She's got a ways to go for me yet, but we'll see. Are you all right, Pyro? Forgive me. I was once able to use healing spells, but my long slumber appears to have sapped my magical reserves. It's frustrating to be so powerless. But perhaps I must accept my newfound limitations. That's right. Perhaps it is your imperfections, that which grants you free will, that makes you strong. You've succeeded where the Titan's own perfect creations have failed. The meeting. Ffxiv has a pained look in her eyes.
Alexandria has no need for Queen Ffxiv. It's the Queen of Reason, my endless counterpart, that they love. And though it is a hard truth to accept, it is nevertheless the truth. I must find a new way to serve. I will never serve.
You're not alone, and together we can get through anything.
Well said, and it just so happens that there's something that only you can do right this moment. Let's start with Calix. What can you tell us about him?
I like real Ffxiv too.
He was a prodigy who specialized in the field of electrope and made his mark during the storm surge. Yet, even as he basked in the admiration of his peers, he struggled with an illness he had from birth, which left him with precious little time to live. For him to still be here 4 centuries on, I think it's safe to assume that he too has become an endless.
And I mean, there's your character motivation right there. You know? This coldly logical, callous type of, like, behavior, but initially spurred on from the fact that you were literally just born in a way which you could perceive as, like, cursed in your mortality. Like, you literally have an illness that makes you die faster. Like, it reminds me of Victor, who, you know, doesn't die as, like, a child, but Arcane Victor, who's, like, fucking sick. And a lot of the reason why he ends up pursuing some of those more extreme ends, getting into the crazier stuff, like, is because he's dying. I mean, but the interesting thing about it is that the thing that drives a mortal person in many instances and evolution, and the thing that probably drove Calix to pursue these ends are actually the same thing. I just wonder how those things can be different when one of them is happening within a mortal shell and the other one is not. Because, yeah, I mean, it's that fear of death is obviously a massive driving factor in evolution and survival. So if his original motivations are his own survival, understandably so, the core motivation is the same. But one thing that I've found in fantasy universes, I think in general, is that often when you we saw this with the Omicron, when you sacrifice your immortality, when you digitize, when you become eternal in some fashion, you lose something. And I think that's a very common trope in fantasy, is that when you become eternal, a lot of eternal beings think that they're gaining something. And in a way, perhaps you are. Immortality. And there's perhaps an array of things that are benefits from that. But you're also losing things that exist as an array of benefits from being mortal. That's very common. And again, that typically comes back to like willpower, hope, survival, empathy, compassion. You know, you're not as so coldly logical and absolute in your thinking. Equal exchange almost rather than a gain. Right. For everything that you gain, you lose something else. And it just depends on what you value. Because once you move past those mortal burdens, as the Eternals will often call them, or anomalies or a curse or whatever, this cold logic is something that carries you because you're no longer constrained by emotion, right? So from a certain perspective, like, that's optimal. And that, I think, already is what Calix is kind of illustrating, is this kind of scary methodology and way of thinking about, like, perfection and optimization. And that's really scary because that stands often in an extreme like this, in direct opposition to that which makes us human. And what must we sacrifice in order to accomplish something like that? That's a huge question in fantasy, especially like high fantasy, cyberpunk, stuff like that, is what must one sacrifice in the name of progress? What do you give up? There are some things that people are not willing to give up. And this is spoilers for the League of Legends show Arcane, but that's exactly the dynamic that ends up being shown with Victor and Jace, where Victor is literally pursuing the perfection of evolution through arcane technology to basically unify all of humanity into a hive mind that is immortal, however, effectively sacrificing any form of free will and individuality. And Jace is basically like, that can't happen. But it's interesting because Jace falls into like a multiversal paradox situation where he ends up meeting future Victor and having the realization that he needs to avert the crisis. So Victor and Jace actually both come to the same conclusion that it shouldn't happen. But the way they tackle it is fascinating. It's so fucking good. Arcane is so insanely fucking good. If you haven't watched Arcane, I just spoiled like the ending of it, but it's so insanely fucking good. You should watch it anyway. It's the most beautiful animated series I've ever seen in my life. The voice acting is tremendous. The music is unfucking believable. It's so good. You don't even have to like League of Legends. You don't have to know anything about it. If you enjoy the depth and intricacies of World of Warcraft storytelling, you should watch Arcane. It's fucking phenomenal. It might be the best TV show I've ever seen. Like, it's up there with like Shogun and like early like Walking Dead and like Breaking Bad and stuff like that. It's very good. Anyway, I could gush about Arcane all fucking day. Anyway. I see. While we're somewhat familiar with preservation, I never imagined we'd cross paths with one of them like this. You know about preservation? We do. They're supposed to have created Everkeep's core system, as well as the Endless Fiend. Did they? All while I was slumbering. The members of Oblivion have spent a lot of time investigating preservation. We should head to the back room and tell them what's happened. Okay, so far, this patch is substantially better than the last one. Like, this is way... It definitely feels like they had some loose ends in terms of, like, the storyline for Wuklamad and Kona that they wanted to tackle. They didn't necessarily set up very well for 7.0, but they knew that going forward long-term, that couldn't be the focus of the story. So they kind of had to do that in 7.1 so that they could transition us back to this and have this be the main focus. That's how it feels to me, at any rate. In 7.1 at the time, it feels very weird, and I still think they could have written that better. But ultimately, like, you don't want to necessarily leave that, like, hanging either. That's not something that you can just forget about and act like didn't happen. So you got to make something out of it. To think that Kryle's parents were once members of Preservation. We heard about the ambush. You seem to have weathered it well. But try to avoid straining yourself. Do you hear me? Yeah. You try to avoid straining your hands. We've given the others a summary, but we can wait on the details if you need some rest. Are you feeling all right? No. The
sign might yet yield some clues. The sign might yield some clues. A sign.
We've heard what happened.
Nice voiced.
So, preservation has revealed itself at last.
And using the key, they mean to turn even more people into Endless.
Yep. They're
It
doing
seems
dimensional
safe to
fusion.
assume that they too intend to steal ether from the other reflections.
Yeah, that will cause...
Unlike the previous Ffxiv, they have no intention of saving everyone.
Yikes.
Calyx, of all people, would know precisely how much ether is required to sustain an Endless. Thus, he is able to set a realistic limit to their creation, without being swayed by emotion.
Carefully managed, eternal preservation.
It's like Fallout.
Whether or not this can be considered an evolution, 'tis plain that man's very existence would be forever changed.
Say, if this Calyx is as brilliant a scientist as everyone says, could he have been the one who erased everyone's memories of Endless Fiend's death?
Very likely.
That is a possibility, though I cannot speak to his motives. Though Calyx has outright stated his ultimate goal, how his actions will further this agenda remains unclear. That said, we have seen how anxiety towards death continues to spread amongst Alexandrians.
Yeah, it's a scary thing.
Perhaps the simulant stokes this fear, to entice them to become endless.
Yeah?
Everyone is afraid of death. We try to put it out of our minds, and I do not blame the people for feeling as they do.
Same.
Nonetheless, I wish to stop the simulant. I wish to do what I can for those who believe in their queen. Although I wear no crown, were I to forsake the people, then I would truly have no place here.
At that point, you're not even doing your queenly duties. I like
don't
Ffxiv a
know
lot.
if this will help in that endeavor, but I've found something interesting.
They made Ffxiv highly likable, but not annoying.
When I analyzed the sign that Calyx appeared on, I was able to determine the source of transmission. I traced it back to a terminal used only by preservation, located in the Foundation sector.
Foundation sector.
Foundation sector? That came up in my mother's records, didn't it? It's where the old castle was hidden.
Oh.
Everkeep was built atop the castle of the former kingdom. Access to the immediate area, the Foundation sector, is highly restricted, with map
Interesting.
data accordingly classified.
Did we know that before? Oh, we went there, didn't we? In a dungeon?
The old castle is inside this tower.
It's an ideal place for preservation to conceal the terminal, I must say. Having existed since the Storm Surge, they would be familiar with the castle's layout.
You went to the fantasy version and living memory.
But I wonder,
Oh.
would someone so versed in electrope, such as Calyx, be so careless as to leave a trail?
Oh, I expect he intended for us to find the terminal.
Master
It may
schemer.
be a trap, but it's our only lead. What do you think, my friend?
Wouldn't be the first trap we walked into willingly, would it? If we have a lead, I say we follow it. We can't lead them to their own devices. I think a little revenge is in order. And we can't just leave them to do whatever they want. There's a recreation in living memory. Right, right.
No, we cannot. We must learn exactly what he is plotting.
If you're set on this course of action, I'll work on getting you access to the Foundation sector. Sit tight for now.
Cool, okay.
Please,
Some dope kicks.
let me come with you.
Sure.
I may not possess any special skills, but I know the castle better than any.
I possess a very specific set of
please.
skills. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go.
All right. If that's what you want, then we go together. The rest of us will take point and secure the way, and we'll count on you to guide us in the castle.
Let it be finished.
I want that Sphene outfit in particular. Yeah, dude. That's gas.
At least we have a plan. Let's make it count. According to the records from Yue Uwata, my mother was investigating orogenics for her own research into souls. There was map data for orogenics in the records. That's how we learned about the castle in the Foundation sector.
This is a fucking Zoralja clone. He's a fucking clone. They didn't have sex. She was never pregnant. She grew him in a tube by cloning Zoralja.
I'm working on securing a route to the Foundation sector. Route. Please sit tight for a while. Calyx determines how many will become endless, but leaves the choice of who in the hands of the people. Is this his idea of fairness? Or does he simply not care? Perhaps he considers all to be worthy of salvation? But it's too early for such speculation.
No, it isn't.
Speculate to your heart's content, Kryl.
We can't know, but it's worth to think about.
In the world of Sphene's memories, the town was already submerged. Given their dire circumstances, I expect the people considered stripping the castle for materials to rebuild, for the structure to endure even now. Excuse me. It speaks to its importance to the Alexandrians, as well as their resilience. Thank you for allowing me to accompany you. It may take time for me to find my place in this new Alexandria, but I will. Slowly, but surely. The meeting.
Stash, thanks for the follow. Orangutango, thanks for the follow as well. What's up? Thank you as well, Gunner. Sorry that I missed those guys. Thanks for watching.
Castle was once my home. I shall do my utmost to be of use on this mission.
Descent to the Foundation. Shale is eager to get on with it.
Right. I believe I plotted a viable route to the Foundation sector. As we don't have much information on the area, I'll come along and gather geographic data on site. You can leave the navigating to me. I'll stay behind this time, but let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Oblivion is fortunate to have a capable adapter like you, Galulja. And no matter what the future holds, your knowledge of Electrope is bound to serve you well. With such dependable support here, we may embark on our mission. Come, let's head to the lift in the government sector.
Zoralja would never fuck. And it's not just that. She talks about how, you know, she will have her heart's desire, but if Zoralja won't give himself up, I guess she'll just have to make a new one. Yeesh. She'll just have to make a new Zoralja. Galulja is a good example of what Zoralja could have been if he didn't have such severe daddy issues. But Galulja is going to have at least some daddy issues anyway, so that's kind of awkward. Anyway. History repeats itself. The Lil Jazz young, but doesn't seem so concerned with the fact that he's blue skin Hubigo or whatever. He seems to be okay with who he is, which is good, especially for someone so young. Zoralja was very much not okay with who he was. Pretty sad, honestly. The only person Zoralja was never good enough for was himself. It's one of the things that makes him such a tragic character, I think. His siblings loved him. I don't know. Sucks. Doesn't help that their old customs kind of, you know, give him kind of a fucked up view of all of it, though. He didn't love himself, no. Yeah, didn't love himself, didn't love anyone else, didn't trust anyone. Yeah, kind of isolated himself. Really unfortunate. Oh, this must be a dungeon. Why is there names on my friends list that don't come up? Oh, maybe they blocked me? Maybe deleted? Server transferred? All of the ones that have diamonds next to them. Oh, that one can go. Are content creators of some sort. Yeah, so it could be deleted characters. Server transfer doesn't make it unretrievable anymore. I had a ton on mine when I logged in after ages. Not even off region. Let's do ultimate with Xenopog. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I have tons of unable to retrieve. I don't even know why I'm friends with Zeno. We never do anything. Never have anything. Sort by name. And I get 9 of them. I don't trust Reddit to take that for what you will. According to the internet, means they transferred servers or data centers. Well, Alec is saying in the chat right now that that's not the case. Based X2. You talking about people I deleted off my friends list? Yeah, but he's a fucking bird, bro. Yo, dude, shots fired. True. Shots fired. They could have gone to like EU or something. I can't wait for the super connective stuff. Yeah. Kryl
though it was but from a distance, I remember the sight of Alexandria's castle in the virtual domain. I wonder how it looks now compared to then. From here, we head to the very bottom of Everkeep. I can't help but feel nervous, returning there after so long. Calyx has all but invited us, so we must assume that we are expected. Oblivion's gotten us permission to use the lift. It's nice when things can move quickly. There's no direct lift to the Foundation sector, so we'll have to transfer to another on the way. If we take the wrong lift, we'll end up in the wrong sector, so be sure to follow her instructions. According to Shaljar's records, the tower is divided into inner and outer sections below Orogenics. The castle is at the heart of the inner section. So upon arriving at the Foundation sector, we need to make our way inwards. Pyro, take this communicator with you. It's been modified to track your coordinates, so I'll be guiding you as I collect data. Sounds like we're all set. Let's get going. The Underkeep, now accessible. The Everkeep, the Underkeep. Is this game still like, if you delete someone off your friends list, you'll still be on their friends list or whatever? Because that's so cringe. Is it still like that? Yeah? Ugh. Hey, Alec, can you check mod chat? There was a lot of problems with stalkers. I haven't followed the whole issue, but it's a mess. Ugh, God. Ugh, the internet's so weird. I hope they overhaul the friends list soon. Not only is that a problem, but it also just takes so long to load. Yeah, it's bad. What are you running? We're about to do Underkeep. The friends list is a mess. That explains why you're on my friends list. Damn. I'm on your friends list because we're friends, Darrow. Sweet, we get another floor POV. You think you're slick? You think you're funny like that? You think that's funny? Because it is. It is. Can we bet points on how often you see the floor? Damn. Y'all, it's like that, huh? It's like that, huh? Alright then. Alright. Yeah, I mean, if the mods that want to, they can run a prediction. Taro and Alec have the power. If their bird... Well, if Alec's bird brain can handle it.
And if Terrell's old fucking rickety fingered bones can handle typing. He types a lot in the chat, so he must be able to. He'll manswer the floor so hard they become walls. It's crazy. That is fucking crazy. The BM right now is crazy. Most of my energy goes toward puns and taking shots at you, though. All right, here we go. Can you type /RC, or do you have to do ready check? All right, let's take it slow. The Underkeep. In the waning days of the Old Kingdom, the people of Alexandria sought a way to survive as their homes sank beneath the earth. They built a towering structure that enveloped the royal castle itself. And as the long years came and went, Everkeep grew to soaring heights. Yet some whisper that the castle has withstood the ravages of time, and in the city's foundation endures as a symbol of bygone glory. Wonder what's in there. From within those time-worn depths, Calyx senses transmissions, and you must delve into Alexandria's past to ascertain their source. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. We got the squad, dude. Whoa. Shaktural, the Underkeep. I like the music. It's a good start.
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves at home.
Cool. This is like some sad fucking music. It's kind of coming back to me. And I want to use all these.
Hatch nearby that leads inside.
It's coming back to me now. This feels like what the Endsinger music should have been. I mean, I love the Endsinger music. Shit was crazy. Think you could have nuked those any faster? No, I don't think so. Wow, that is an insanely long. What is that? Why does that take so long? Rainbow Drip. When Rainbow Bright is activated, it can be cast immediately and its cast timer is reduced. How do I get Rainbow Bright? I do not want to cast that without having Rainbow Bright. Whatever the fuck that is. Use cast inside your starry buff circle. Oh, right. My starry muse puts the thing on the ground.
You'll have to deal with it to continue on.
Okay, that's how you get that. Aw, you fucker. So when it disappears behind the thing, and it doesn't keep moving. That's how you know. Okay, that's okay. I see. Oh, that's tough.
Good work. Now, proceed to the access hatch and head inside.
Not bad. So we're in like a vent. That was a fucking scary creature. Big old Nerubian. Ooh. Wow. Those big lightning ether crystals.
Everkeep's construction was apparently a constant battle against the rising water level. Even during the war, the people labored to maintain the castle. It meant a lot to them. It's upsetting to think that Preservation's terminal is in this place.
Hold on. Someone's down communication. Step alert.
Man, this music is fucking beautiful.
So, you have come. Let us measure your strength.
Receiving room. I have so many buttons.
Goes from the first to the last, or the last to the first, looks like. Nice. Cool fight.
That was hardly a challenge, I see.
Little visually busy there with that
You will
last
show me
variation
more.
of the mechanic, but
I bid you press on.
man, what a beautiful castle. This is the first room. Oh, we're still in combat. Oops. Are any of these like FF9 monsters? Wow, look at that chandelier. Holy shit. The Gargant was? It's more the room is an FF9 location. Hmm. Oh, look at all these pictures. A lot of them appear to be repeats, but... You have to get 2 Mon motifs off to go there. All right, pick those coming back to me now. Pick those coming back to me now. Now that I remember that you can fucking do your motifs outside of combat. It's like really important. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Hockey Manor.
You are untroubled thus far. But I have something that may test you yet.
It is, Skiz, yeah. Mapping the realm, the Underkeep. I heard FF9's decent. I guess there's some people out there, a couple people out there who like it. What the fuck is that? Indefatigable defense. Valley of Pyrrha.
We still lack sufficient data.
Got like Seraph
Very well.
wings.
Let us see how you perform against this.
This is an FF9 reference. Let's do it. There's some people out there who want to have sex with... Anyway.
This machine has long guarded these crumbling halls. How will you handle this?
I don't know. Probably poorly. When all else fails, just copy other people. Oh, it's where they collide. Interesting.
Let us introduce more weaponry.
Why am I casting that? Alec?
Let us see what this yields. Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability. Still alive. How unfortunate. For you to die here, it would save me trouble later.
You guys said I was going to be on the floor. I don't blame you after that first dungeon in 7.1.
That will do.
Don't blame
we have
you.
enough to proceed with an analysis.
This boss drops a minion called the Royal Hound. It's the cutest beagle pup you will ever see. Watch me get on the first try here. It's going to drop and I'm going to roll a 99. Visano, thanks for subbing with the Prime. Appreciate that. Yo, Old Duke, thanks for the follow as well. Just kidding, it didn't drop. Well, yo, cool dungeon. I like that. Great music, cool fights. I like that. Did enjoy. Thank you guys for doing that with me. Good run. Good to play with you guys again. Feels like it's been forever. It's kind of cool to have such a familiar squad running a dungeon again, you know? Super cool. DPS output was going nuts. Bro, I was looking at that enmity list, bro. Me and Akira were pumping that shit. White Mage was getting in it, dude. That was nice. I'm still pressing my buttons like not in the right order, but I'm beginning to remember like what we're supposed to do. You recorded it? Yo, you got logs? Like loggies? Like pretty numbers, you know what I mean? I'm curious. You can use Phoenix Downs in dungeons now? I didn't even know this game had Phoenix Downs, bro. Yo.
Calyx was measuring our strength. Is that why he contrived to lead us here?
Calyx is the Lich King.
It looks like we've cleared away the machines and beasts. But who knows what else he might have in store. From here on out, Ffxiv and Shale will move with us. Let's find that terminal, but stay alert for more threats.
So Phoenix Down gives you a raise even if you're not a healer or red mage, basically? Cool. That's nice. World of Warcraft's been doing more of that, too. There's like an item that you can get to battle res people. It's really nice. I like that QOL kind of stuff.
Before my illness left me bedridden, I used to walk through here on my way to watch Otis and Zelenia train.
I love this music.
You knew Otis, if I'm not mistaken. Zelenia was his second in command in the Royal Knights of Alexandria.
I don't know if I ever met Zelenia.
Oh, how I
did meet
love to
Otis.
see the two of them spar. I once dreamed of fighting by their side, so I studied the magical arts under my tutor. But when I was 15,
Who was
the
your
storm
tutor?
surge broke out, and both my father and mother passed away. As the new queen, I was forbidden from taking to the battlefield, for our nation would fracture had I died without a successor.
Yeah. At 15. Wow. Sorry, girl.
Though in the end I could barely move, I regret that I didn't go out there and fight. At least while I still could. My endless self lamented not being able to protect the realm with benevolence. 'Tis a feeling to which I can relate.
It's hard when it seems like the right thing doesn't seem like the way you can protect your people.
Ffxiv.
By doing what you think is right.
Ah, forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to darken the mood. Come, let us press on.
She said that before, too. I'm glad that Shale's getting more screen time, too. That they brought her along for all this. I was worried because in the base...
This is one big castle, though. How far does this hallway go?
In the base game, she didn't get too much.
Do you know, Ffxiv?
Ffxiv?
What?
What happened?
We were both gone. I didn't realize I wasn't there either. So, Calyx presumably just teleported us? Oh. Whoa. Little time travel here? What the fuck is going on?
Oh, it seems our guest brought company. So this was your doing? It was. We installed a teleporter that is triggered by the presence of the key, you see?
Like the ethereal signature of it, or?
I'm afraid etheric transmissions cannot penetrate the walls of the throne room. It will take your friends a good while to find you.
Okay. Well, I'm God, so like, do you want to get that smoke?
Pira did not suffice to assess your capabilities.
Yeah, who the fuck is surprised about that?
So
Only
I
you.
shall try something else.
Fucking loser. You're like a fucking somehow more drab Fandaniel. At least Fandaniel was crazy. Holy, what the fuck is that thing?
You are free to use anything at your disposal. The better you fight, the more accurate my data.
Do we have to fight that?
Attaining a precise measure of your strength.
Dude.
That is the most expeditious
That
way
boss looks fucking sick.
to reclaim the key to which you so stubbornly cling.
You're not taking my fucking key.
Ah, noble Zelenia, dashing as ever. These
Oh!
villains mean to do us harm. Strike them down, I bid you.
There she is. Otis's
What?
sparring partner.
This machine is Zelenia.
Yeah, what? Yeah, new body. New phone, who dis?
Indeed it is. We couldn't preserve her memories while she lived, so she has been reconstructed from our recollections of her.
Your memory. Yeah, those are different things.
The endless me being created in answer to the earnest desires of Alexandrians. That I can accept. But to twist the memories of those I held dear and treat them as playthings. This disgrace I cannot abide!
Hell yeah. But what you gonna do? Don't worry.
Loath though I am to comply with their demands, this monstrosity must be destroyed. Not least of all for Zelenia's honor.
I understand.
If she was indeed created from my memories, even if I cannot fight, I may be able to offer you counsel.
Okay.
So please, lend me your strength and end this farce.
Hear me out, though. Hear me out. All right. Trial time, baby.
Ah, there it is.
I assume. Yeah. You're not getting my crystal, and you're not getting my key, you little freaky fucker. That boss looks fucking badass, dude. That's one of the coolest boss designs I've ever seen. Like, look at the heels on that thing. Like, god damn. Holy shit. That is fucking sick. The music too, dude. Well, welcome to a boss that was impossible to beat in FF9. Crazy. Yo, who else do I invite to this shit? The trial series is part of MSQ, just like in Post Endwalker. What server you on? I'm on Diablos. It's Crystal, yeah. There's been a Dark Knight following the journey. They probably wanna. You mean... I don't, they'd have to whisper me, I don't know. Because I can't see because I'm in this room. You know what I mean? And yeah, I'm in 7-2 already, yeah. We thuman. Say is Renor, yeah. You could make a group in Finder with password? Yeah, I suppose that is possible, huh? How do I... Damn it, I just did the same thing. Oh, it was Natia. Gotcha. I'm just pressing fucking buttons now, dude. Oh, right. I don't know if I did that right, but... It's in there. Forgive me, it's been a while. We could just queue 2 random people as well, I guess, right? We don't have to have a full 8-person static, right? We've always just had 8 people, but it's been a while, so... Yeah, there's no password. I mean, anyone can join. I don't care who joins. Doesn't bother me. But if we don't get someone in like a minute, I'll just queue us. What a fucking sick boss. I can't get over it. All right, I'm gonna queue us. Calix's trail has led you to Alexandria's castle and into a wicked trap. Seeking to take more precise measurements of your strength, Calix pits you against a mechanical guardian forged from Ffxiv's memories of Zelenia, second in command of the Royal Knights. The Queen implores you to lay this affront to her dear friend's honor to rest. Make ready to test your mettle against one of Alexandria's finest blades. This boss is gonna beat my ass. I can tell you right now. I'm looking forward to it, though. Bosses with swords are always crazy. It's true. Queen's Knight, Zelenia.
I am Zelenia Triantafili, Royal Knight of Alexandria. and sworn blade of Her Majesty the Queen.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Upon my blade, I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
You will not defile Zelenia's memory any longer.
Okay.
Feel the sting of my divine blade!
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
Have at you! Fall!
I see. Telegraphs it all first.
That her blade work should be recreated so faithfully.
Seems like you remember her blade work pretty well then. It is based off your memories, so.
Heavens roar!
Oh, that's a mechanic. Okay, I didn't realize she was telegraphing multiple in a row.
Have care. Zelenia was capable of much, much more.
I will show you the soul of a royal
that's
knight!
fucking toxic. Okay. She's
For the
back
honor and glory
speening.
of Alexandria, I strike!
Why is the red mage LB3ing?
No more games!
Quickly! Away from the sigils! The sigils channel magic. Be on your guard.
You've no time even to fear my wrath!
You must brace for blade and magic both.
Have at you!
Okay, the blade side is the tell, or I don't know. I see. It's at the end of the timer.
Taste my steel!
Oh, that's continuous. Okay.
There is no escape! Surge! Have at you!
Rose blood bloom.
Fall!
Oh.
I know this is merely a reconstruction, and yet...
I have pledged my life to the kingdom. Have at you! My resolve shall never waver.
Makes me wonder how powerful Otis was at the time.
I am sworn to protect my queen.
This is based on...
I will die before I yield.
This is based on Sfeen's memories. So especially since she was, like, young, they might not be entirely accurate.
Forgive me, my queen.
Like, her recollection of how powerful and skilled Zelenia was might be a bit exaggerated, is what I'm trying to say. It's one of the interesting things about memory construct, right? Because it's like, if you remember them as something greater and more powerful than what they truly were, then something formed off those memories is probably going to be the same. Well, only died like 3 times, you know? Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Yo, Draknall, thanks for the 52-month resub as a tier 2, by the way. Or tier 3, excuse me. I'll hear you out. Damn right you will.
Did you get what you needed?
I did.
That's a fun little pen animation.
Though these figures will complicate matters.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission.
Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zelenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort. But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key.
Not giving you the key.
Why do you so oppose our objective? With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless.
That's why. That is literally why.
We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
Yeah, I was just about to say, this motherfucker understands all those connections between the worlds?
Oh, don't tell me you thought you were the only ones who knew.
They're Asians.
That is the height of hubris.
Bro's an Asian.
Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened.
Talking like La Habrea.
The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. And thus does my role come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calyx.
I swear to God, that's like just like what La Habrea
As a
says to
token of
Gaius.
gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift. Be sure to take it with you.
The rest I leave to you. Gaius Van Baelsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you. Oh, the crown's up there. Ffxiv. Selenia was kind, but she could be stern. Pillar of strength, and I ascended the throne in troubled times. Not only did she protect me, she also buoyed my spirit whenever it threatened to buckle under the pressures of my station. By preserving her memory and honor, you've done more for me than you could know. Thank you. Descent to the Foundation. The Storm Surge has been added to the Unending Codex. Everkeep is also part of the Unending Codex. Storm Surge is the name given to the great conflict that raged in the 9th some 450 years ago, engulfing the kingdom of Alexandria and other major powers of the age. It brought the entire world to the brink of destruction. The impetus for the Storm Surge was an anomalous shift in the star's ether. Wonder what caused that, which saw lightning energy grow ever more abundant. This gave rise to a tumultuous rainy season that lengthened with each passing year, causing crops and livestock alike to wither in for want of sunlight. As desperation drove the people to search for a solution, a singular ore was discovered that had apparently manifested as a result of the etheric imbalance. Later dubbed Electrope, this ore had the ability to absorb and contain lightning, and by etching arcane circuits upon it, a technique derived from the knowledge of the Milala people, it could convert the stored energy into any of the other elements. With this development, Electrope became a miraculous material that found use in countless applications. In those early days, however, Electrope was a scarce resource. Seeking to secure sufficient reserves, nations fought over the precious ore, with sporadic skirmishes inevitably escalating into open war. Predictably, Electrope too came to be employed on the battlefield, and in an act of madness, the nation of Lindblum deployed a doomsday weapon that devastated the star's etheric balance, triggering a disaster the equal of any umbral calamity. So it was that the Storm Surge, which had already claimed innumerable lives, came to its conclusion with no nation the victor. The kingdom of Alexandria alone barely escaped annihilation, and afterwards was flooded with refugees from nearby lands. Everkeep, dominating the skies above the enclosed portion of Yassilani, this colossal 12-level tower rises from the heart of heritage found. When the balance of ether collapsed in the 9th, only the kingdom of Alexandria was fortunate enough to survive the calamity. They literally called it a calamity there. Interesting. We had this discussion on stream yesterday about how these events are not referred to as calamities. Not formal umbral calamities, but it's still a calamitous event. Nevertheless, it suffered tremendous devastation, with great swaths of its territory submerged by endless rains. Against this dire backdrop, a collective of scientists known as Preservation announced a plan to build a great tower over the royal palace, within which survivors might take shelter from the rising waters. It was a project of unprecedented scale, but through the extensive and innovative use of Electrope, what was thought impossible became possible. Over the following centuries, additional elements were added to the structure.
with sectors for primary and secondary industries constructed beside residential areas, until it grew into its present form, with all the facilities needed not only for people to survive, but to thrive. Eventually, life within Everkeep became so advanced that the populace could enjoy indulgences like an amusement park, which was opened on the uppermost level. Later, however, when the method for recreating the departed from preserved memories was perfected, the park was renamed Living Memory and repurposed as a home for the endless. This level alone remained in the 9th when interdimensional fusion was employed to join Alexandria to the source. So of course we wouldn't be the only ones to know about it. It was literally used to bring it all here. Yeah. Sphene stands in silence. Yeah, I mean, I would agree, Kendrick. It's the same thing as the flood of light and flood of darkness. Yeah, you wouldn't have a rejoining, you wouldn't have a full-blown umbral calamity. So the imbalance of energy just wreaks havoc on the world. The ether is not transferred in a deluge to the source, causing calamity here as well, but it just fucks the world up. It's what happened to the 13th. It's what happened to the 1st. It's what happened to the 9th. However, the imbalance of darkness in the 13th ruined it to a level that seems to surpass that which occurred on the 1st and the 9th. And it's what appears to be happening on the 4th as well, in Evercold, but with ice. So there's big underlying themes of the dimensional fusion, linking the worlds together and dispersing the ether among them, hopefully in a healthy manner that doesn't lead to rejoinings and the annihilation of entire worlds in the process. It's unfortunate because, in a way, what the Ascians sought to accomplish is possible, but not through the methods that they wanted, and they didn't want to do so whilst allowing all of those worlds to remain in existence, rather wanting to restore their own. So yeah, what they wanted was sort of possible, but there's also downsides to that level of etheric density, evidently, when it comes to Dynamis. Just from how it was described regarding the Void was that the ether literally exploded due to the activity. So it was basically cast out, presumably, into space. Which is odd, because if the 13th is so messed up, would the Ascians even be able to do a full rejoining? Well, that's why they abandoned the 13th, because it was so fucked up. They didn't realize that they needed to basically sync the source and the shard together with the same type of like etheric balance so that it would happen. So they abandoned it. But what we have learned through our interactions with the 13th, there's heavy suggestion at the possibility of restoring the etheric balance of the 13th, which is what we have attempted to do by linking the 1st to it with the Crystal Tower, sharing that light and that darkness, that stasis and that chaos simultaneously, helping to balance it out. It may take a lot of time, though, but ultimately it is possible. The thing with the Ascians, though, is that they don't want to link all of the stars together and have like a healthy, positive outcome. They want their world back. So that's the thing, is that even if the Ascians have spent more time to try to rebalance the ether of the 13th and try a rejoining again? Yeah, probably. But they ended up just abandoning it thanks to its fall because of Igiorm. Yeah, I think that they were like, they have so many other shards that they could go and try. They might as well just go and do that and not spend too much time. You know, maybe it's something that they revisit later down the line. And they have so much time to learn and come back and fuck around with it later if they need to. It didn't seemingly matter for their purposes. If Zodiark had been rejoined again, 8th Calamity, he likely would have been able to break free.
True, they only needed a certain number of them. Once he has enough power to overthrow Hydaelyn, then pretty much that's GG. And then they could just use the power of Zodiark to rejoin all of it. That would have pretty much just been it. They had many ways to win, 13 ways to win. We only had one. Somehow, some way, that's how it turned out. But the end of days would have happened again then. Yeah, they were fucked because they didn't know about Meteon. It would have just repeated itself. Yeah, it wouldn't have gone well. And if I'm not mistaken, was it not due to their etheric density that they were pretty much entirely oblivious to the barrage of Dynamis which was happening on the world? Isn't there a confliction there? That's why they didn't know. It would have ended up just like the Rala or whatever. That thing was in Dead Ends, yeah. Where they all start sacrificing themselves to it. Only their creation Magix was afflicted. Right, but what I think more so what I'm saying is that I think that the ancients were so etherically dense that they didn't feel the... Yeah, you're basically agreeing. They didn't feel the effect of the Dynamis upon themselves. They couldn't use it because it was too imbalanced. They were immune to it and couldn't use it. It's so interesting that so much of the universe is comprised of Dynamis, though. Didn't we learn it's like the primary makeup of like the universe? There's like substantially more Dynamis than there is ether. It's very interesting. That was such a cool part of Endwalker. I love learning about all that stuff. Around 63%. So I thought it was even more than that, but yeah. All right, here we go.
Selenia, it pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
You had us quite worried when you suddenly disappeared. What in the world happened?
Yeah, Limit Break is Dynamis.
Then Preservation's objective is indeed what Calyx claimed.
Kind of crazy that Elidibus beat us.
But for them to know about the source and the shards, and to refer to theirs as the ninth, that raises some questions.
Several times, yeah.
Indeed. But for now, I'm just glad the two of you are safe.
LB forward us.
Oh, right. While we were scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that looked like a library.
By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us?
So books still remain. Of course. You are welcome to any that may be of use.
Or replicated Limit Break with Ether. I'm not convinced it was Dynamis. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on that point after the discussion we just had, because if he's unsundered and they're not able to use it, like how did Vana LB in Elpis? Like, had she learned to manipulate Dynamis a little bit? I thought the whole thing was that they couldn't. So it's like, how do they manage that? I don't know. I have to wonder if it was because she was the only ancient that mentioned love.
If you don't mind, could we take a look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
She did go out into the world. We talked about that earlier with Azem. So maybe picked up some stuff. Meanwhile, Garlean's LB all the time. Well, they can't manipulate Ether, but they seem to be able to manipulate Dynamis. Yeah, Sid, I think that's possible. Her connection to the people opened her up to Dynamis or something.
This tiara. It was hers. The Endless Fiends. What's it doing here?
It's a trap. Don't put it on. It's made by the Primus.
It's a type of regulator, I believe.
It is, yeah.
It contains the data of the Endless Fiend's memories. Calyx likely used it to create the simulant.
So she was literally just decommissioned.
Which means that as long as the tiara is in our keeping, we shouldn't need to deal with any more simulants.
Okay.
Strange that he would abandon it, though. Perhaps because the simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calyx made a copy of the memories.
Or both. There must always be a
In any
Queen of
case, not much
Alexandria.
information of import appears to remain on this terminal. But I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
This contains the memories of another me. The tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria.
But they're not yours.
Might I hold on to this tiara? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
Just don't put it on.
It would be for the best, I think.
Just don't put it on.
Does that work for you, Shale?
No objections from me. All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library, and then back outside.
That was a really cool dungeon and trial. I like that.
Farewell, Selenia.
If you get creative with it, they could create living contraptions that actively make someone able to directly influence Dynamis. Yeah, isn't that what Medion effectively is? What do they call that? Vesono says enteleki. Isn't that the term that they use for her? She's an enteleki. If your memories are resparking, do you remember how Gaius could slay 3 Asians on his own? Yeah, because Gaius is a bad motherfucker. Duh. Gaius was lining them up and knocking them down, dude. They weren't unsundered. Unsundered Asians are not nearly as powerful. You mean to say sundered Asians are not nearly as powerful. But yeah. They were more minor. Wasn't like La Habrea or Elidibus or Emmet. You have to wonder how he got his hand on a white aura site. You talking about Azem? Or are you talking about Gaius? We also don't know if he actually killed them or merely defeated them and cast them out of their bodies or whatnot. Yeah. Do you like the Hildebrand stuff, Pyro? The series this time around is pretty nuts. I mean, yeah, I mean, I did all the, there's probably new stuff, but I in the base game, I did all the Hildebrand stuff. And I liked it. The whole fucking alien thing in Manderville and all that shit. It's part of why I was so disappointed that we didn't get like a Manderville exploration zone or something like fun. I don't know. I was pretty put off by that. That was disappointing. Because I was like, these motherfuckers are aliens. Like, I love that. Like, I was making like crazy fucking tinfoil predictions and stuff about it. And then like, they actually were fucking aliens. So that was crazy. And that was really exciting. I liked it. But then, yeah, it just kind of didn't go anywhere. So maybe they'll do more with that. Yeah, Fandani was still pretty powerful for a Sundered Ascian. Sure. We're pretty sure he was just snatching masks without killing them permanently. Yeah, because in order to kill, don't you like, yeah, didn't you have to do like something specific in order to kill them? Isn't that what we did with like a Aura site with La Habrea or something? You like have to have one, don't you? You have to trap their souls. It's like a demon, dude. You gotta trap that shit. Created by Moonbreeda? I know, I remember. Fucking rip Moonbreeda. Jordan's sword acted as an Aura site for La Habrea, but we used our Aura site on Igiorm. Right, right. Pokeball them in a white Aura site, then destroy the vessel. I wonder who made the key and which Ascians knew about that thing. I mean, I would assume Azem made the key, considering it reacts to my fucking soul crystal. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Could have been created using my etheric signature. Could have been someone that knew me or something like that. It could have been one of the other ancients, but considering that it appears to serve as a safer way to link the shards together as opposed to rejoining, I could see it being something that Azem created at some point. Calyx seems to consider the reflections naught but fields to be harvested for his endless. I do not make a habit of dismissing the assertions of others out of hand, but I cannot abide such callous disregard for life. Yeah, we know of a group that's like that, Grazia. The interference made it possible to locate you and prevented link pearl transmissions besides. Apologies that we couldn't be there for the critical moment, but as usual, you found a way to handle matters. Yeah, I have like a stone that's basically like infinite plot armor. I just summon the homies and we get it done, you know what I mean? Based on the geographic data I gathered, it seems the intersection containing the castle served as a residential area during the early stages of Everkeep's construction. The outer section was then added when they expanded the structure into its present-day shape. I expect the system to dry the earth was installed so that they could build a stable foundation on submerged land. I'm glad everyone's safe. The Endless Fiend was just a projected image outside living memory, so it was a bit of a surprise to see an actual item that belonged to her. On the way back, I asked Shale why the tiara might have been in the throne room. She believes that it was being used to record Sfien's actions. There's no way to tell now whether or not it was with her knowledge. Gathering data. But it can't be used for questionable ends anymore, so we can at least take comfort in that. The simulant gave the impression that she wouldn't be back, but I suppose only time will tell. And at present, we have no further leads on Calyx. For now, perhaps you could take a moment to contact our friends. It would be good to catch each other up on recent developments, and I'm certain everyone would appreciate hearing from you. I'll give them a call. What's up, Tag? Let's call Stola.
If it isn't Pyro, is something the matter? What's up, Astralis? Thanks. So preservation is behind the recent intrigue. It doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear you are none worse for your trials, though. As for myself, I've just concluded a meeting with Gossin. I told him about the cure for Levin sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken. I am now otherwise unoccupied, so I shall take a look around the government sector to see if aught is amiss. And if this Calyx is obsessed with the key, then I ought to begin studying it in earnest as well. Yeah, you ought to. It must needs be done. Pray return to where I am, so that you might conduct said research. Verily. Let's contact Alpha now. Ah, excellent timing, my friend. I had a mind to call you myself to see how you were faring. Calyx? While something was obviously afoot, I couldn't have imagined that such an individual would be involved. 'Tis well you were able to prevent the simulant from sowing further uncertainty. That said, her absence may have consequences. Good point, Alphino. I hadn't really thought about that. The people of Alexandria still have great trust in Ffxiv. 'Tis plain in the way they speak of her even now, and in how the simulant was able to win them over. When they noticed she had ceased to appear again, rumor and worry will spread. We must be mindful of any pronounced shift in the mood of the populace. But forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray rest up while you can and recover your strength. Give a call to Alice. Yes, hello? Pyro? For you to call me out of the blue, is something wrong? The twins are, they're great kids. What? You went all the way to the bottom of Everkeep, and you didn't think to ask me to come? But I suppose I've been fairly busy myself. I'm pleased to say that we've received permission to begin administering the cure for Levin's sickness to citizens. Yeah, Y'shtola mentioned that. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milos shortly, to see how he's responding to his treatment. I remember doing that quest. You've met him before with Lamachi, I believe. Lamachi? The two of you should attend as well, if you have time. Is this like a forking quest that's happening? It's like, or maybe that's... I'm gonna contact Aaronville. Pyro, this is a surprise. Has Wuklomat gotten into trouble again? No. Into trouble again. Not today. I see. Knowing you, I expect you're already looking forward to the next obvious trap. Try not to overdo it. Yeah, it's kind of my thing. Walking into traps keeps it interesting. I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping the people with their work and talking to those I meet to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part. But there was one notable development. Oh yeah, tell me about it. Following recent events, some here stopped wearing... Oh, they stopped wearing regulators. That's good. This has led to a disparity in what people remember about the Queen's death and the occasional episode of confusion. I'll be sure to let you know if there are any other changes.
kind of cool to see what they're up to. Those things need to go. Mandela effect quests incoming. I thought I heard Alice say yelling. I hope everything is all right. It's fine. I see you were able to reach everyone. That as well. It irks me to think we're being led on by Calyx, but I'll do my best to find clues of his passage. I'll take a look at the preservation terminal. Hopefully there'll be something useful. Being able to contact people so far away so easily can do wonders for your peace of mind. Link burrows really are convenient things. Wear a neo-regulator or eat some meal? What's worse? The meal. What do the others have to say, if I may ask? They finished treating Milos? Then we have to go and visit him. Would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-same condition as I was, and cannot help but worry for him. Of course, we don't mind at all. In the meantime, I shall take myself around Solution 9 and see how things are. I share Alphino's concern about the Queen's absence, and even setting that aside, the situation is not like to resolve itself while becoming endless remains an option. I had been meaning to visit some shops, so I shall join Cryo. While everyone's out and about, I'll try to pick up Calyx's trail. I'll see if I can dig up some information about the key for Y'shtola as well. I'll help you. It seems we all have things to do. Still, there's no telling what else Calyx might have planned. So be careful, everyone. Right, let's go to Milos's apartment. It's in residential radius 914, if I remember correctly. Speak with Ffxiv. Calyx is more clever than anyone has any right to be. But I'll sniff him out somehow, just leave it to me. Lamachi told me about Milos. She said he was around my age, but couldn't leave his bed. I'd like to go meet him next time. Maybe we can be friends. Oh my god, this fucking kid. He's the sweetest, most innocent little baby. He must be protected at all costs. We cannot let him end up like Zoralja. Zoralja 2.0 must not be Zoralja 2.0. I just want to say, as a non-regular, it's so nice you finally unlock VODs for everyone. I love rewatching shit. Hell yeah, enjoy it. I'm glad. Good to hear that feedback. I wonder if they have ever added new crafting and gathering jobs. No. Would be cool if they did. What would you add? I usually fall asleep to VOD, so free ad rev. Oh no. I got turbo, so take all the ad rev. Hell yeah. Speak with Milos in residential radius 914. 914? It's kind of funny that that's it. Because it's Solution 9, Final Fantasy 9 in Final Fantasy 14. 914. Anyway. New gathering job would be house hunting. Okay, that's a pretty funny answer. Oh. I understand my endless self visited Milos often. I will keep quiet, so as to not draw suspicion. Look, Milos is sitting up. I'd seen the treatment before, so I knew it would work, but it's still so amazing. Alice and Y'shtola are miracle workers. There you are. Next time something is in the offing, you'd better remember to call on me. Alice, fair enough. Isadora, it's so good to see you again, and a delight to know that you and Alice are friends. She's been very kind to us. Hello. You came before, with Queen Ffxiv. I'm glad. I'm glad you came again. I believe he'll be fine now, but just for good measure, I'll administer a healing spell. It's blue-haired
I once
Minfilia.
hoped that Milos at least might be made an endless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore.
But being an endless isn't
You
the
feel
only way.
different now? Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
That should do it. You're doing well, I'm glad to say.
Thank you, Alice.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects.
Lightning. Does that include regulators?
It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you.
Isn't this whole city powered by lightning?
No. For Milos' sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
Yeah. Maybe you should.
You two would be more than welcome in Tulihiola.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind,
Could you tell me about the process?
I'm happy. I can talk again. Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy, that I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well, I'm sure.
Queen Ffxiv always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Dude, take the regulator off.
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come
Perfectly
again
timed
to check on you.
explanation. Atta girl,
So
Luke.
if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
It's cute. He's got a cute little voice.
It's good to see Milos doing so well.
The endless me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
Nope. You and Euless would get along well.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real. And it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calyx has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own. One that honors the memory of my other self.
So relatable, girl. You have no idea. So relatable. Oh, man. Just having a little Warrior of Light journey right now. I wish the Endless Fiend could have been here to see Milos. As I treated Milos with Angelo, I couldn't help but think of Gabu and Hulric. I wonder how they've been. Hulric. They did a very good job of Sphene in 7.2. Instantly a very popular character. I mean, at this point right now, she is very rapidly becoming my favorite character of this expansion. I already liked her before, even as her, you know, endless version. But I can see why she has become so popular. Seekers of Eternity. Sphene is in higher spirits. Milos is a kind and brave boy. It did me well to see him. One day, I hope that I can speak with him about my other self. Come, let us return to the back room. And on the way, let us pick up treats for our friends. A little gift to show our appreciation for their hard work. Yeah, Rannerl. Totally agreed. A lot more relatable.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded. We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration.
Oh no, they're executing Order 66.
The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
That will go well. I've seen many examples of it. Plenty of eternal civilizations out there just thriving.
What is this?
This is bad fucking news. That's what it is.
Evolution? What evolution?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
And the rest of you will become fuel.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky?
Don't look at me like that. Queen Ffxiv said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming an Endless.
Based.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it.
Already brainwashed them. Emotionally manipulated them.
I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss, to grieve and move forward together.
And they just fucking erased it.
But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased. And to see those oblivious, happy souls, those who remembered must have wondered if it might not be better to be like them, to go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an Endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
Is this Bastion? Kind of.
If this fear of death continues to spread among the people, what will become of Alexandria?
Some definite similarities to Shadowlands. Some of the concepts.
The gifts for our friends will have to wait.
Themes.
We should return to the back room at once.
Everything's gonna be fine. Nothing bad can happen. Come on, nothing bad's gonna happen.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
We have a situation on our hands!
Oh shit.
A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview.
Oh boy. It has begun.
Wayakwe is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
Oh, this song.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Resolve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
Unfortunately, I think preservation's above that. Was it you? You little fucker? Huh? No.
Not good. I tried to check the status of the authority but was blocked from the core system.
Yeah, shocker.
Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
I concur. It's the Asian song, bro.
Perhaps we should go and see for ourselves.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts. A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident. For no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait. Is that... Oh gods. More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Don't die, please.
Ill tidings, I take it.
Yeah. Just dies.
In the outskirts, too?
Anywhere in the dome.
You'll go and help Erenville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geo join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
You brave little shit.
Let's go.
Okay. Should have kept the music right there. That was banging. I love that fucking song. Huh. Speak to Wuklamon in the outskirts. Geode, can you hear me? Something's happened in the outskirts. Kid's like 5 and he wants to be a hero. Fuck yeah, dude. He's the shit. Shows how cool Zoralja could have been. Unfortunate, bro. Yeah, Zoralja's design was sick, especially when he was all kitted out with Electro. Yeah, everything looks fine to me. What's the problem? Alright, well, I'm gonna go back. It looks good. Here. So this is how it is outside. These clouds. Ah, never mind. Finding Erenville is what matters now. The people here took care of me, giving me food and making sure I was all right. I can't bear to imagine the soldiers hurting them. I don't see Erenville. I pray he hasn't come to harm. Things have settled down here, but I still see no sign of Erenville. Let's split up and look for him. Belulja, Sfin, please search in the settlement area. Why would we... neither of them... Whatever. Meanwhile, the rest of us who can defend ourselves will head further out. Don't you think that... like... Never mind. Shouldn't we keep someone with them? Shouldn't, like, we have Alice stay with them or something? What are we doing, Wuklamon? What are we doing? What are we doing? You like my flying hippo, by the way? Non-Ffxiv players see this, they're like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, so when people are like, oh, you know, ground mounts, some mounts, and you know, wow, it makes sense they'd be on the ground. Fuck that, make them all fly. What's your excuse, huh? I got a flying hippo and carriage, huh? What's your excuse? And it has emotes, check this out. Check that out. Huh? I can throw spices. Gulal. All right, here we go. Time to fuck up some robot dudes. Terrified citizen in Aaronville. Get dusted. The tail wag, it's so cute. Ffxiv was just like, we don't know why they can fly, but they can. That's all you need. For a bit, some mounts were ground only, and then they were like, that's stupid. And made them all fly. Hell yeah. You're under attack. No. They're under attack. See ya. Must be that fabled ether bladder. You good? That was a close call. My thanks. As I was leading the soldiers away, I caught sight of this poor fellow being pursued. I went to help, but was rather out of my depth. We're lucky you found us when you're dead, dude. It's so... Aaronville's accent is so hard for me, dude. We're lucky you found us. I can't, dude. I turn into Magni. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's so hard. So, this Icelandic fuck. The dwarf finds a way. He just comes in here. Aaronville, I'm so glad you're safe. We were quite worried when we couldn't find you. We encountered soldiers on the way here. Most paid us no mind, but some turned out to be hostile. There's no way to tell they set on you until they set on you. The ones here also attacked without any warning. If they hadn't been paying attention, if I hadn't been paying attention, it could have ended badly. Hopefully the others were able to escape. We should return to the outskirts and take stock. Yeah, Aaronville has boots. Why doesn't he just throw some boots at them? Aaronville needs to put those boots on and stomp a mud hole in their ass. You know what I'm saying? That's what he needs to do. Get to stomping. Get to fucking stomping. New class Stompers. Inspired by Xalatath. Stompers and Grippers. Oh, Malachi, what's up? I did not expect to see you again so soon. Allow me to thank you again for your earlier help. We responded to Shale's call as quickly as we could. Others are out keeping an eye on soldiers nearby. Thank you, Pyro, for protecting everyone. But you shouldn't have had to. None of this would have happened if I could control the soldiers. I mean, shit, kid. You know what I mean? Like, it's all good, dog. It is what it is. No one thought that Galul Jah might have been behind the attacks. I mean, I did. They know that he would never make the soldiers do them harm. Even so, he feels responsible for the machine's actions. 'Tis a misplaced burden, and I pray it drives him not to despair. This is not Mythic Plus, Pyro? Yeah, there's nothing that should give you the impression that I would be doing Mythic Plus right now. Very astute observation, Shatter. This is, in fact, not Mythic Plus. It's not even World of Warcraft. The situation here appears to have been resolved, but I doubt we've seen the last of such incidents. I didn't expect to see Malachite out here. Given his own trauma, I wonder if he'll be alright. No, this is Patrick! Sir, this is a Wendy's. Bro, I thought this was RuneScape. Fucking joke's on you. It is RuneScape. What's up, dog? What's up, homie? 334k to 93 rune crafting. What's up?
gaming out here. I'm trying to get a max cape, you feel me?
Right. We're none the worse for the wear.
Where?
But let's see what the situation is here.
Where? We're none the worse for the wear.
Geode and his people came and joined us while we were searching for you. After which we happened to encounter Malachite. His usher duties brought him here, and he has quite the story to tell.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain.
Everyone's got a goddamn British accent of some kind, dude.
I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier.
Right.
Yet, when I arrived, I found no body. Only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered.
Was it a fake? Was this all a ruse? What the fuck?
Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they would have been noticed.
It turned into dust, Wu Clement, and fucking blew away. Are you listening?
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
Unless she's talking about the memory. I don't know if she's talking about the memory or the body right there. There literally was no body.
This is terrible. Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
I concur.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings?
Maybe he's trying to scare people, get them all
Does
rife
he
with fear.
seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
He's trying to harvest that fear ether. That dynamis or something. He's trying to fucking... It gives extra power to them or something. He's a... New phone, who this?
Oh, thank the 12 you answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right?
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, just some dust. Blew away in the wind.
I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe.
Yep.
Alas, I do not have good news to share in return.
Why'd you call then?
A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people. Kryl and I are helping to render aid, but with the sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard.
He was sipping on that lean.
Remain vigilant, my friend.
Not the tombstone counter. Yeah, maybe he killed the fucking tombstone vendor thing. That'd be nice. Everyone dramatically looks at each other. What's happening?
I just received word from the backroom. A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for Neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Ffxiv, wait! I'm coming with you!
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be all right. I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere. From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the Drift Downs.
Okay. Right.
Certainly a lot of hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
The way she described that was so monotonely, just like
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals. I have company now, so you needn't worry about me.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Ffxiv.
Well, let's do it. Don't link and drive, people. This is the most VA we've had since, like, Endwalker. I welcome it. We'll take what we can get, that's right. Protect the baby lizard rhino thing.
Ffxiv's gone ahead. I leave her with you.
It's just one person out here. Just one person. Just... Here we go. Picking a fight with people that fuck around at the Arcadian, not a good idea. Hell yeah. Get his ass. Fuck yeah, dude.
Bloody things have gone mad.
Not a boy, Lathander.
Why is this happening?
Pretty cool camera work. Oops, none of us are healers. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Nice shot. Ooh, a little flex
Surely
on
there's
him.
a finite number of these things.
Everyone, please try to remain calm and make your way to resolution.
I know you're actively being fucking shot at, but remain calm.
Soldier unleashed the soldiers on us. I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Get him, Raha. Easy. Easy for the goat.
No, you don't!
Nice.
Are you...
Rip.
No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this! If we had been endless, then you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
Are you alright?
many hurt. So many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue callbacks. Meaty on there. This patches a lot. Fine by me. Oh, this one isn't voiced? Rib. Thank the 12 you're all unharmed. 'Tis small solace amidst this tragedy, however. The machine rampage seems to have been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicles alike ceased to operate all at once, as if they all had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside Everkeep, though members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attacks came shortly after the announcement that Neo-Regulators had run out. It can't have been a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends in some way. Galulja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now. I'm in control again. Oh. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Lama Chi just talked with Everkeep's administrators about that. They said it wasn't so simple. That's a problem. The mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards. They also perform various vital tasks, like providing medical treatment and managing food production. The over-reliance on machines and automation. If it ever stops working, guess we're just fucked. Who could possibly have seen this coming? If we shut them down, we'd struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that makes it a little safer. His name is Calyx. That seems the best approach for now. Thank you for your swift action, Galulja. This powerlessness, I can abide it no longer. No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure if there was but happiness in the end. But happiness, Yet all I see now is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people. For their happiness, I would do anything and everything. So, please, please lend me your aid. Oh, Speen, you found the words I wished you'd said back then. Our strength is yours, Sphene. Together, we'll get through this.
Let us split up and get to work. Might I trouble you to report to Shale, my friend? Haven't we been lending you our aid? The whole time? Seekers of Eternity.
Couriers and cleaners are clearing away the wrecks of vehicles and soldiers. It's the first step to getting things back to normal.
It pains me that the people were made to suffer here even more. After so much hardship and tragedy. But you and yours saved many lives. I cannot thank you enough.
Malachite and his fellows are tending to the deceased. His trauma must make the work difficult, but he's determined to do what he can.
It's been a trying day, but it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? You've moved quickly to restore things to normal. Thank you. Yet while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. No, don't buy a Tesla. For the time being, I'll set our people to keeping a close watch on machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. I must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Y'shtola and Alice. Y'shtola. Among the books we recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again. At everyone's side, excuse me. As for the key, I think it best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavor to become a capable warrior and make Otis and Zelenia proud. Seekers of Eternity. Patch 7.2. Now give me the cliffhanger. Give me the cliffhanger.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed. Such fragile flesh is worthless to us. How mankind should evolve, shall evolve. I have already arrived at the answer. The time is come to pose a new question.
Why do we fight? All right. Patch 7.2 done. All in a day's work, dude. That was better than patch 7.1. I like that. It's got me thinking. And that's good. It's good to think. Nice, this has been great. I miss Pyro FF streams. Thanks, Kendrick. Good to see you as well. I like how overall narrative gets so much better after Real Ffxiv appeared. It's like missing puzzle piece from DT base game. Well, and there's also, even though Wuklamat's here, and she still has like a lot to say at times, they're doing like a pretty good job of having moments where like she goes and helps someone else, or she's helping the lady in the road and you go catch up with Ffxiv, and like there's like she's not the one doing everything, which is nice. I think that that was kind of an issue I had with the base game, is it felt like we were kind of there to watch Wuklamat
do everything, and then we would do things, and then she would just kind of be like, it would be almost like she did it, even though we're the ones that did. I don't know, it was weird. It was weird. But I'm digging it. Sphene, both versions, and Calyx both worked well in this patch IMO. Yeah, I think Calyx is like a nice contrast to a lot of the emotional characters that we find ourselves surrounded by. And he's obviously very, like, monotone and not very emotional. So it's a good contrast, too. Calyx is also fascinating because, like, you see him and you know his plan has failed before, but you also are like, okay, he knows about the shards, some shit is up, right? What's the deeper story going on here? Yeah, cinematography is getting really good. Like, the positioning of the camera and camera work and cutscenes is nice. Character movements, like the way he fiddles with his pen and stuff, is really smooth. It looks good. It looks really good. My only, like, criticism, again, about the cutscenes is sometimes they're sparse in terms of NPCs and, like, feeling like this is a city under attack. Like, you can very much see that there's, like, a limit to how many NPCs they could have or wanted to, for whatever reason, wanted to have active in the scenes. And it kind of takes me out of it a little bit, but I think the individual character movements and stuff have been pretty good. Yeah, eyes have been good with smoother movement and stuff. I think Solution 9 in general has that issue. It's just so massive compared to NPC limitations. I mean, honestly, I felt like Tural had the same kind of issue. Tuliolal, like, just very big and stuff like that, you know? That's hardware limitations because the PS4, I hope when they drop it in a few years, they can do more. I fucking hope so, because if they don't do more, then what the fuck was the point? You know? Calyx's face when you pull out the Aslam crystal was a standout moment for me. Yeah, it was good. Isn't the PS4 being dropped with Evercold? I think it's... Someone said after Evercold. It gets dropped around 8.2, so patch content. 8.3, it's gone. Yeah. I mean, it's time. It's time. Shit's been around for fucking ever. And it's gone because of the data limitation of PS4. They might also be using that as a convenient excuse. Shout out to Sarah Ovens. Sphene VA for voicing like half of this patch and doing such a great job with all three versions of the character. That's a really good point. Yeah. Yeah, she's doing any version of Sphene that exists. I remember when they dropped PS3, the crowds were screaming in joy. You can use an external drive on PS4. That's what I was thinking when they announced it. I was like, can't you just plug in a fucking HDD? Also, PS5 is 500 gigabytes, lol? Yeah, no way the game's that big. Some people need to realize the PS4 is 13 years old. And all three of them feel very different. Like, you can tell who is who just by how they speak. We get Switch 2 support. It's slightly better than a PS4 performance-wise, so I don't think we get much more. I think Switch 2 is way more powerful than the PS4 was. Pretty sure the PS4 has like the equivalent of like an i3 processor. Data limitations doesn't mean hard drive space. It's a file system issue with how much they can address at once. Oh, I thought they had said on the stage though that the game was, you know, going to be too big, you know, to even store it. I thought I had heard them say that. Maybe I fucking totally made that up in my head. I'm pretty sure that's what they said. Maybe they were simplifying it though, if that's what they said. But maybe I just completely made that up. I think it's a simplification. Could also have to do a translation.
when Calyx said, ah, there it is, I was so bumped up. Like, what does Calyx know about it? Does he want to steal it or something? Because it is partly of Azem Crystal, the Warrior of Light is so strong after all. Maybe our crystal is in some way instrumental in the use of the key for his plans or something. I'm not sure. There's a lot of focus on memory, so maybe trying to tie in some ideas with that. I also think there's a cool detail about this, which made base DT a bit more interesting. Oh, what's that? You think it's pretty clear that the key's potential was untapped? Capable of so much more. Sphene constantly kept trying to pull us away into a side conversation, but always had a mechanical soldier watching at points, and she consequently stopped talking. Oh, so yeah, like even Endless Sphene knew that she was being watched by someone, and it gives the impression, yeah, like what you said, that it would be Zeralja, but it was probably actually Calyx, the one genuinely pulling the strings behind him, because Zeralja is effectively a pawn as well, which makes his story arc even sadder. Because it's like, you know, that guy didn't have a chance. Which I think is a very nice way to twist that. Yeah, the kind of big brother looking over the shoulder all the time. Everyone dancing to Calyx's tune. Yeah. I don't particularly like the child prodigy trope. I'm not like a big fan of that. But if it turned out he was like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like, if that feels very much like a, maybe I'm wrong, it feels very much like an anime show trope or something. Which, I mean, I don't know. It can work, I guess. It very much is. .5 is Last of Dawn Trail. 7.4 is the new story. That was kind of random. I'm not sure where that came from. I don't mind it here specifically because it ties the whole dying at a young age thing in. Yeah. For me, it makes Calyx being so certain of his path kind of sad, because you know he's a kid who had his life robbed from him, and he never grew old enough to really value life. Yeah, before becoming endless. So he's a sociopath. Imagine being permanently trapped at who you were at 16. Yeah, I mean that's pretty true in his emo phase. Yeah, that's another layer that does make it a bit more interesting. I mean, Sphene is 400 plus years old. Yeah, but held in stasis. So Sphene's actually like 18 or like 19 or 20 or something like that. Because she ruled for a few years. And if she became the ruler at 15, then a few years, we're probably looking like 18, 19, 20. It depends on how long that section of time went. But she's not really 400 years old. It's not a phase, Mom. I literally can't grow out of it. Now give me my MCR discs back. I need that in my Smashing Pumpkins and my bullet. So trapped mentally that he still keeps that sickness monitor on him. Yeah, whatever that is. Which he doesn't need anymore because he's endless, but he's a construction of his memories, you know? So for him, he's probably still just as sick. She is Garnet of FF9 and Garnet is 16.
Yeah, so again, in Final Fantasy XIV, because that's the game we're playing, Ffxiv became ruler at 15, and it had been stated earlier in these quests that she ruled for several years. So she would not be 16. She is probably, I would guess, like 18 to like 20, maybe at like the oldest. But again, it depends on how long the stint of the war was, because I don't actually remember if they said how long the war happened for. People have been guessing on 20. Yeah, see that. I see Calyx as more of a shade of Alphino than anything. Like a, maybe not an intentional one, but a bit of a foil, like a contrast. I think there's some pretty important specifics about their history that make them different to me. I wouldn't connect them so much, but Alphino is, I guess, maybe in the way of like a child prodigy. The twins are both effectively geniuses. I thought Calyx was a refreshing change. Reminded me of Endwalker and having a good villain. Yeah, I mean, I thought Zeralja was a pretty good villain too, but yeah, I... Did we get the last cutscene from this patch or too soon? I'm pretty sure I just finished the patch. Calyx looks like he needs some sleep. Yeah, he looks like that depressed kind of like insomniac kind of look. Wait, so you're up to date now? No. What the fuck? Didn't 7.5 just come out? I feel like Zeralja needed more development. I feel like you could say that about the entire base game of Dawn Trail. Like the entire fucking thing. And even some of 7.1, to be honest, but it feels like the base expansion delivered kind of an underbaked experience for the characters, and they've had to spend a good amount of their patch fleshing out those characters more, but it still feels a little bit rushed, especially in 7.1. Yeah, we still have 7.3, 7.4, and 7.5 for MSQ. And then Arcadian, Alliance Raid, Cosmic Exploration, Occult Crescent. I have a lot of stuff. Are you going the patches more than 7.0? I'm in patch content right now. I'm in patch 7.2, or I'm about to start 7.3. I'll do all the patch content. Nah, I figured I was just gonna... Oh, are you enjoying the patches more than 7.0? I think it's hard because there's something about new expansions that is really exciting. Like new music, new dungeons, new zones, new characters, like new vibes. I really like that about new expansion drops in this game and in World of Warcraft. So there's a lot that you can appreciate about the base game. It's really hard to compare them as a holistic experience. If I were to compare like the story, yeah, I think I'm enjoying the story beats of the patch content more than the base game. But is there literally just more content and more excitement and more things flooding your senses with an expansion launch? Yeah, absolutely. So that's really exciting, and it's really hard to like dismiss that as a factor for enjoyment. Because I didn't hate Dawn Trail. I mean, I played the whole thing. I was critical of Wuk Lamat, and I was critical of the story pacing. and some of the resolutions to issues which I felt deserved significantly more time to build and resolve. But I also understand that there are constraints to telling stories, especially in MMOs. We're seeing the same exact issue in World of Warcraft right now, in Midnight, where pacing is just like not great. It's not great. And there's quite a few scenes, in my opinion, that could have been much better in terms of writing. And it doesn't have to be longer. It just needed to, I don't know, just like the Erator Turalian cinematic is one that the more that I've reflected on, the more that I'm like, they really should have done that differently. So yeah, I think just the pacing of stories in MMOs is hard. I don't know, especially with modern MMO design where you're trying to deliver more content in a shorter period of time. Really fucking difficult. So I feel like Ffxiv and WoW have kind of struggled with that. But WoW, people think that Last Titan will be out this year. People that think that are fucking delusional. That doesn't even make any sense. No, people don't think that. There are some people who think that, and they're wrong. That doesn't make sense. It's an 18-month expansion cycle right now. But Midnight did seemingly take a page out of Ffxiv's book, where the main bulk of the expansion story, like they start with a conflict and they largely resolve that main conflict by the end. They did that pretty well in Midnight with the Sunwell. Whereas in like Shadowlands, for instance, they pretty much didn't actually come to the conclusion of the Jailer storyline until the very last patch of the expansion, which leads people to have to play through all of that content patch by patch by patch to get to that resolution without really even doing much to build what's going to happen in the next expansion. So it's a really big pacing thing that they have tried to make adjustments on that's made it more like Ffxiv. And then the patch content that follows is like built on the bones of the base expansion and can eventually tie in and lead us to the next expansion. So I think that Blizzard's done a pretty good job with Midnight to try to restructure that. But the issue is that the 3 expansion saga, The War Within, Midnight, and The Last Titan, were all supposed to be one expansion, which is disgusting to even consider. But that's what they were going to do. So we have patch content zones that have gigantic lore reveals, like the soul of Azeroth being taken from her primordial cradle and put into a giant machine of alleged Titan making for whatever purposes they saw it, who knows. And they ended up literally taking that and putting it into Midnight, which is the current expansion, which is an expansion it was not supposed to exist in. And you can very much tell that that is the case. This is not really a theory. Like, this is verifiably true, which is really unfortunate. So yeah, there's been some real big pacing and structural issues. And my question that always comes up is like, had they not made that third zone that was supposed to be patch content for The War Within part of Midnight, what would we have gotten for the third zone for Midnight? Because that wouldn't have been there. Herondar files are tagged with 11.0. I think they're tagged with 11.0. You can get fucking Khazalgar fishing XP there. At least you could. They showed off the Heronir in the launch trailer for The War Within, and then you couldn't unlock Heronir there. You had the rootway system down in Ajkahet that clearly would have taken us to the Cradle and taken us to Herondar. You have Orwena present through the MSQ, but then kind of disappears halfway through. We had this ethereal tie-in where we're obviously going somewhere else. They kind of shoehorn in the Light Bloom connection to Herondar and all that. Like, it's just, I just think it's very, very obvious at this point, based on a ton of different evidence, some of which is more circumstantial than others, but that was supposed to be a War Within zone. Like, there's no question in my mind about that. It would have flowed better. It would have matched their marketing better. It would have, like, I really think that, like, think about it like this. We even have nearby zones, and Dan from Folding Ideas didn't agree with me on this, but I don't really care. I have to disagree with him. He said that redoing the Plague Lands would have been too much work. Well, did you see what they did with Silvermoon and Zulaman and Eversong Woods? Like, I really don't think so. Like, I think had Herondar been properly done for the War Within, they absolutely would have had the resources that were necessary to do an Eastern-Western Plaguelands revamp and combine it into one zone and do that. I absolutely think that they could have and that they should have. And I do think that there is still a chance. It also echoes in that Erator quest big time. Yeah. Especially considering we had Scarlets in, like, the cinematic with Liadrin and Alonza's Foul and all that stuff. We had them as a part of the quest, too, and then, like, that just didn't go anywhere. So I still very much think that patch 11 or 12.2 could have us dealing with Plagueland stuff, Scarlet stuff, and tie the Scourge into it and give us more of an indication as to why we would go to Northrend. So yeah, I do think the Plaguelands is still coming. It's a bit copium, some people might say, but I think it's coming. So, but anyway, some big pacing issues that have been plaguing both World of Warcraft and the, you know, at least the base Dawn Trail and I would say 7.1 expansion. So I'm glad to see a bit of a return to form here in 7.2 with let's slow it down a little bit. Let's do diligence to make sure we're referencing and interacting with the things that we saw in the base expansion in a meaningful level. Going back to see Milos was very nice. So I like that they're doing this. It doesn't feel like they're kind of skirting along plot points, just trying to get us to the next big thing. It seems like they're interested in tying a lot of the narrative threads back together and in building an experience that will tie nicely into Evercold. And so we'll see where that goes. But that's how I feel about it right now. So yeah, I had a lot of fun today. Today's stream was great. And I will be back to stream again next Friday to start 7.3. So this coming Friday. And then we'll have raid that day as well. So I'll probably play Xiv for 4-ish hours. And then either hop off and do my WoW raid or I might stream the raid. So did you want to unlock the Zelenia EX? Yeah, but not right now. Not right now. I'm not going to do it right now, so not really in a rush to unlock it. I'll see the unlock text another time. Maybe I can start next stream with that. And then, yeah, I still have Arcadian and all sorts of stuff to do, so we're not in any rush with that, so yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for watching over on YouTube and here on Twitch. Jokatsu, thanks for subbing for 54 months. Among all the other subs, follows, gifted subs, just chats, thanks so much for watching. I appreciate you guys showing up to check out the Xiv streams, and I hope that you're having a good time alongside me, so yeah, that's all I got. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome. And until... Oh, also, if you care about the Cyberpunk playthrough, go to my YouTube channel. Check out the playlist. The entire Cyberpunk playthrough is on there now. Some of it is edited. Some of it is like more full-length VODs, but it's all there. And then I'm going to be uploading the 7.0 and 7.x or 7.x playthroughs to the Pyromancer... what is it, FF YouTube channel. So go and check that one out. I'll have those up here over the next few days. I don't really see a reason to delay them, so I'll get them up. But the VODs are free for everyone to watch as well now, so you can watch those. So yeah, thanks everyone. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome. And until next time, which will be Friday, I hope to see you all again later. Peace!